so we can.
$22.
Oh, it says we are live.
Clear advised and send us 26.
Very strange.
It's 2121.
Must have been frozen for a minute or so.
617, you can send me that call as well. Can you ask the cop if this is a duplex complex?
176.
617, you're on 2.
176. Clear
Copy,
advised
going on.
185 and account for her to the suspicion.
No, you're on.
It's 2121.
Six one seven.
537.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back to Live on Patrol.
Copy. Weapons complaint 435 Dorothy Day at Higher Ground. We got a text to 911 said
Thanks for all your great
everybody's
suggestions.
hiding. He's got a weapon and he seems to have put together more.
We are going to revamp some of our Live on Patrol and accommodate some of those awesome ideas.
There were some really good ones. Weren't
Everything we're going to do everything except to get rid of Bob and Pat idea. You know, that one we're not going to go with.
there? Yeah, you're stuck with us.
They're stuck with us. So that and
22. What was the description of this mail earlier?
well, we have read in depth. We're collecting. Somebody else did an online collection of
Right now, a white male for each 45 with a black
the ideas. Did you notice that?
I'm not
Pat?
Yes.
showing any
Some of the
kind of
little
history of
survey
the
there.
man,
Yeah, it was pretty impressive that he put that all together.
Yeah.
Unknown at this year.
So
He is trying to gather more. Like
we know we got some work to do, but on your end, backseaters, we really appreciate it as we do these things. If you recruit some of your friends and Facebook followers and to follow us, subscribe to the YouTube channel. So it's 8 degrees here today in beautiful St. Paul, Minnesota.
It is a bit chilly.
Not. I thought you were going to finish that BIT word with a different consonant or two. It is a bit. But you didn't. Thank you.
Go on, 217.
It's updated that they're now hearing footsteps coming
We are.
upstairs.
We rest assured for our 5-year anniversary and our 5th year, we will do a nice New Year's Eve. But every 5 years, Pat and I deserve a New Year's off, right?
I would say so.
Don't you think? I mean, you got to have a little flexibility with us, a little bit.
Well, I certainly had some good time with family and friends over the Christmas and New Year's holidays.
Yeah, I did too, and I don't get often to celebrate. I mean, I don't drink, so that's not really the issue, but, hanging out with family. Yes, I did miss the annual ball drop. However, once every 5 years, we need a break. Right?
Well, we can never duplicate that first ball drop you orchestrated.
Oh, I know. My wife was saying we should just replay that. Yeah.
Well, it looks like the address of the duplex TV.
Yeah, go back to New Year's of 2020 to 2021 and watch the ball drop. And it was a good one the next year, too.
Yeah.
They did just update. The suspect is at 8.
They had the bobber drop up here at the Midway Saloon again this year. The big bobber drop. I like that big bobber drop.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They got a big bobber. Minnesota.
Just like the whole duplex down, go from there.
Minnesota.
22, we're in the back.
Copy.
All right, so we're looking for a gray Durango, not the one we're driving in. It's got a broken back seat window on the driver's side. Was involved in a shooting today. Pat, you want to give a little more about
Yeah,
that?
it is gunmetal gray or smoke gray in color. It's newer, and
Copy, large fence.
the victim walked into Regions earlier today, and the information was just now developed and by the investigators, and they put that information out on the vehicle.
Victims in 1816.
But don't have a lot of information on the
That's what
shooting
it was updated
itself.
in, but I would say 1816.
A couple good arrests by the St. Paul Police Department and those 3 or 4 parties that were involved in that homicide down there in Dale and Aurora. I saw that was in the news
Yes.
today.
Very good.
They aren't aware of any situation right now. Safety and security is responding to.
So we are on University Avenue westbound.
So we responding.
One of the things that we are going to do, Pat, you and I are going to go back to having at least once a week office summary of crime.
Okay.
All right, and then the other thing we're going to, besides the crime summary, I want to bring in some different faces from the sheriff's office to talk about their function. And one of the ideas that, I really really the idea of us going out to different units, water patrol, K9, just doing the jail. A lot of people want to see the jail process. One of the reasons we've been hesitant about the jail is we do have a rule that we don't let the media in, but for security purposes, we don't want to show the layout of the jail. So we're trying to figure out how we can show you the processes without showing you the layout.
Right.
So that we don't jeopardize our own security in terms of people trying to break out, break in, or make a plan. But we're working on the jail thing. We are working on it. But I'm going to do a special with our other undersheriffs so you get to know them a little better. I don't think you've ever met Chinu Lee, who's in charge of courts. Everybody liked when Dino Gearin ride it along. Rode it along.
Transporting the juvenile to the region hospital.
Rode along. I can't believe it's the new
Copy,
year.
medics transporting to
Oh, I know.
2025.
The children.
Now, have you slipped up and written 2024 on any paperwork?
Not yet, but I don't have any checks anymore. Hey, by the way, of course, our minds have been totally on the victims in New Orleans. And 15 dead. I don't know if there are more dead. Another 30 plus injured. But the trauma to all the hundreds of other people that were down there is damaging as well. So if you're from New Orleans or Louisiana or you had family there, God bless you. That's just a terrifying thing. And while I was off for 8 years, 10 years, I worked really heavily into the terrorism and tracked all the Islamic ISIS-related terrorism and the trucks. And of course, it's pretty much the current playbook of ISIS terrorism and Al-Shabaab terrorism is use a truck to run people over. It's been done in France. Hundreds were run over at their Independence Day celebration a few years back. And so not an unusual tactic, but for that reason, we have to be prepared. No. I don't know, maybe it's because I was on vacation for a few days, folks. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's because of whatever the reason might be. I'm not very happy about that New Orleans thing.
Not at all.
they had equipment that they could have put up to block those streets that wasn't deployed.
Nicole, I got the car. University and Rice.
Sarah?
Okay. And 280 in Uni, I'm headed through it.
Ask her which car on your intel.
What car do you have?
For one more tracking for PG.
Anyhow,
Actually, it's gonna do you.
shut it off. Do they want it? So anyhow, back to New Orleans. I'm not very happy about what happened there, and
62 units in back.
I think there has to be some accountability. You can't. I listened. I followed everything down there, and I don't know the police commissioner down there, and she seems like a very intelligent woman. All right,
I'm in the rear,
but
this is way to a parking lot.
you don't say the terrorists defeated. We had a plan, but the terrorists defeated our plan. And at the same time saying we didn't deploy all the equipment we had to block the sidewalks, right? Are you with me, Pat, or not?
Yeah, I'm with you.
If you're not, that's okay.
I don't know all of the, all of the backstory on it. I do know that some of the bollards, I think they're called,
Yeah,
were being refurbished for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Oh, okay. I'm good. I'm good. If that's the excuse that people want to use, I can live with that. You realize we could use 2 squad cars then instead of 1, right?
I totally agree.
Right.
Totally agree.
How about this one? Okay, and folks, I hate to say it, I've been doing this for 47 years. Yesterday, the commissioner said that the 15 people did not die in vain because now they made changes.
No,
Now,
I'm not fond of that.
no, they did not die in vain. Well, what does that mean? They did not die in vain. It's not like they were soldiers going to war, right?
Right.
There's a window in the back.
Okay, so does that mean 15 people gave their lives so that government would figure out how to do their job? They didn't die in vain teaching government how to do it right. So if 100 people got killed the next day and then you made more changes, with those 100 not die in vain? That phrase, that statement, they did not die in vain, is to me personally reprehensible.
It's totally reprehensible.
And I don't know that anybody else will say that in Louisiana because nobody wants to point the finger. But as a chief executive up here, when somebody gets by, we analyze, figure out what went wrong, and hold people accountable. Number 1. But
Squad 530.
number 2 is
Let's go ahead and change this to a suspicious. We'll clear it out.
we grieve, but we can't say they didn't die in vain. They totally died a tragic death.
Absolutely.
I had to get that off my chest tonight.
Yeah, I had not heard that statement.
I'll send you the YouTube
That's
video.
outrageous.
They didn't die in vain.
Everyone in custody, so
What the heck? What else do I got for you? On the bright side, I really thought, I really believe Jimmy Carter was a very good person.
Absolutely.
And very good person. One of the things he said while he was alive struck me, and I was watching the keepsakes. Because he was a Christian, of course, strong Christian, and believed in eternal life. Jimmy was known to say he's had a gratifying existence. Isn't that a great term?
Yes, it is.
I've had a gratifying existence.
And he did.
Yep.
Mail that's in our colors garage. White mail that's
I like
20
that. I like that. I want when I die, I want to think I had a gratifying existence too.
For sure.
Lima 491.
170, you can break me.
Perfect. You know where list 2 on that in front of my computer?
170.
Gratifying existence.
168, traffic.
168, copy. 735.
And I was made a liar again. That's going to be for the victim's vehicle.
Perfect, 619, coming back.
And we took.
618, you go again.
I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but
619, thank you. 735.
when I was on my vacay,
272.
vacay,
I took only 206. Go help out last on the burglar call.
going into a breakfast.
Charles, the list passenger, hit the
206 in front of us.
The vehicle is going to
Your window is on the
Yeah, it's like-
level on the side where the
be
suspect
Wrangler,
should be.
Juliet Tango, Lincoln, for the Woodford.
Just listening to stuff on the radio here. Going into breakfast and kind of sitting on some chairs and waiting to be seated.
Okay.
And of course, I was in my second adopted state, which you know what that was, right?
Yes, indeed.
Where it's warm. And it was a restaurant in Florida. And a family came in the door and they heard me talking to my wife. And they recognized my voice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yep, they're from Delaware. Here's a picture. I won't post their picture, but there's a picture of the restaurant. I won't give their last name, but Chip, Tammy, and Amanda were there. Tammy's the backseater. Chip watches once in a while, but thank you for greeting us, and it was so fun to meet you. But they're from Magnolia, Delaware.
That's very cool.
Magnolia, Delaware, in the state of Florida. Of course, I hadn't shaved. I looked a little rough, you know. Probably didn't recognize my face, but... And their daughter works down at Disney World. Of course, you know I'm a big Disney fan. She works in the Be Our Guest part.
Huh.
So, anyhow, thank you so much, Chip and Tammy and Amanda. From Magnolia, Delaware. I never heard of Magnolia, Delaware.
No, me either.
But speaking of that, one of the things I want to do on a couple, 1 or 2 weekly shows in the office, I want to take phone calls from people calling in like we did that one time.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, they texted, right?
Yeah.
They used to text Kyle, but we could take some phone calls. You do realize there's a lot of people that don't like the shout-outs, right?
Yes.
We got to talk about that, because the people that get the shout-outs really like them. So that was one of the things. They also don't think, a couple of the people don't think we get their calls first all the time. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably because we know our way around. But some people think we don't drive fast enough. At least me. I mean, I don't know. I think I drive plenty fast.
Yes, you do.
You want to call her and see if that issue resolved? Is that one of ours?
Looks like it.
301.
The window will be broken. You better call, because mute that for a minute, because those are obviously, all three of those are ours. What other? I mean, we're analyzing. I got Linder's analyzing them too. What other critiques did jumped out at you?
You covered the main ones that jumped out at
I
me.
believe the one passenger is going to be at 17th and Geneva.
170.
It's there are a lot of the calls that
Hang on a second.
Of the garage.
170, I copy calling in 10-1 for a male that shut the gate in the garage. 1045 Everett.
Oh, is it ever?
See a white male, about 5'5", wearing a black hat.
Copy that. Be a white male, 5'5". Copy. Giving commands, not listening.
And now he's trying to find a way out inside, I believe.
Trying to find a way out.
oh, burglary.
I made it on way lurk and did not see it.
Copy. Thanks for looking. Main address is 2700 Uni West.
170. Yeah,
Another one.
right?
Paper.
Everything did.
You're welcome.
Cell phone ever.
171. We can get one.
171, can you go again?
Did you say we have?
You can remove that inside the garage.
Copy. Still have your movements inside the garage.
Well, in the olden days, Pat, what would that mean?
What's that?
619, do we have that garage detained?
You had somebody in the garage.
Oh.
Okay, I'm in.
Let's go get them.
Do we have officers surrounding the garage for 1045 Everett?
Affirmative.
Copy.
Just that's all I got for you.
Copy.
619, do we have that wall? That's outside the wall.
There are a lot of the calls that we might not get out on. We'll just be there observing. That are best served by officers in uniform approaching the scene in full uniform rather than
Well, that and
unless it's a
if there's an emergency and someone, we don't want to be telling the St. Paul Police Department how to handle their calls. To be frank, we might handle them differently, but they're the primary officer on the call unless there's a life safety threatening issue and we get there first.
Correct.
So, a domestic call, we do go in. We usually wait until they're there and to back them up, but I mean, if you watched us for 4 years, you know we're not hesitant to jump in with both hands.
Well,
But we want to be courteous of our agencies as well.
and from our first year out there, you have a broken nose to prove it.
Well, that was a screaming situation where there was a person getting hurt, and we felt important to go in and, try to remedy the situation. Didn't remedy it fast enough, however.
And we try our best to position the squad so that you can see what's going on when we're on a scene.
Yeah, I'm going to work on taking the second camera out. We did that when you showed the damage to that Tahoe a couple weeks ago. Oh, there's a car like the one that blew up in...
Yep.
I never knew, I'm going to turn there and follow that car, because I never knew the names of they call them a cyber truck.
Yep.
This is the type of car that blew up in front of the Trump Hotel in...
Get inside from the front.
They're pretty solid vehicles.
Access code to get in from the front.
Yeah.
The windows didn't even blow out. And
Everything kind of blew up too.
Up and out the front and backs.
Yeah. That was,
There are videos of these being shot with machine guns and
Really?
bullets not going in.
but he rented it at a Turo as well, right?
Yes.
That's what's really weird. Both rented from Turos. Cybertruck. Right there. Yeah, I never heard of it. I mean, obviously they're Teslas, right?
Yes.
619. Does anybody have eyes on the overhead? 170. I got eyes on both garage doors. Yeah. Where are you at right now?
But a little disadvantage too, because if we have an ongoing surveillance going
Got a car.
at the sheriff's office, we'd like to know what's going on, but we can't broadcast the ongoing surveillance office.
Right now?
So sometimes
168. Across from me.
you don't get all the info.
Gabby, we have somebody get in contact with the cop, see if she has a remote for the overhead.
Information squads, the neighbor's phone number.
And on the positioning of the squad, there are also times where it would put officers at risk
Yeah.
if we had our
the
camera directly on them,
Yeah.
and we will intentionally not have them in the screen.
Right. You know, my son, Bobby, really, he knows all cars, like you, He's a car guy
No,
like
he's
you.
better than me.
But, I don't know about that, but, he's got his private pilot license now.
Right?
And I'm not going to say where he's training, but he's almost got his instrument certification. Where you can fly in the clouds and stuff.
Okay.
With instruments, and they make them fly with goggles, foggy goggles,
Really?
so you can't see where you're going till you get below the minimums, like 300 or 400 feet. But I gotta say, I went up with them once. I don't know if I mentioned that before. I probably did. I went up with them once, and to be honest with you, I always wanted to be a pilot, but I was terrified. I was terrified because the plane was shaking, which he said was completely normal. And
A little unnerving, though.
yeah, a little unnerving. Those Cessna 172s that they train in. And so, but what was funny, and maybe I didn't mention it before, he told me right before we took off, Dad, you got to stop pushing on the pedals on the floor because you're going to make us crash. So apparently there's, you have a steering wheel that you don't touch, but that's obvious, but then there's pedals on the floor.
Which you probably don't even think about.
You don't even think about it, especially when you're nervous. You push those pedals, and I got long legs, on a little space like that, so he was glad he cued me in on that. And, but
somebody does have a ramp, yeah.
just really so proud of him for everything he's learned. I mean, there's so much math and science to flying a plane. It's really, really cool. And especially, even when you're a passenger in a plane, you can't see anything. It makes you nervous, right?
Well, for sure.
So when you're a pilot, you have to trust your gauges because you can get very confused. And that's what, Colby's pilot probably got confused about the fog. Anytime you're in fog or heavy clouds, it's very confusing. And if you don't trust your gauges, you get you're one thing, but reality is another.
Right.
So overhead, but it's kind of crappy.
But he's on I've listened to him on the radio before, and he's so quick and fast on all that stuff, faster than obviously I am.
That's pretty cool.
Proper terminology. Yeah, very proud of him.
I definitely sense the proud dad.
Yeah. pretty soon, and when he finishes the instrument, we're gonna start working on commercial, and then he can become a flight instructor himself, which would be really cool.
Be very cool.
170. If anyone in contact right now, let me know.
But it's cool when one of your children does something that you could never do.
For sure.
You know,
For sure.
Negative, I was on with,
You know, all of my children are,
I believe that was the,
I without hesitation say, are far smarter than me, and I'm very proud of that fact.
yeah.
you're trying to get a better case for her. Anyway.
There is our beautiful Capitol building. It is pretty cool about the winter air. It's
Yeah.
so crystal clear.
Yeah. By the way, I learned today from Bobby that it's much easier to fly in this air.
Really?
Can you,
Yeah.
make your way safely over to where the other squad is at on the
Provides
Less turbulent.
well, less turbulent, more lift. The propeller's cut better in there, and then there's one other thing too. What the heck was it? Oh, the cool air makes the engine run better. Once you gotta let it warm up properly. But I want the cool air where he is a little bit warmer than the cool air where we are. By the way, when I was gone, I guess one of the homeless encampments started on fire. 10 tents were burned down, and several propane tanks exploded
Thank
or
God
popped off.
nobody was killed.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Stay news, just stay where you're at right now.
You ever been to Bourbon Street on a bike down there on Canal and Bourbon?
I have.
French Quarter?
I have.
I was there twice. I was there after Katrina, when we were down there for Katrina. Of course, it was all flooded and devastated there. But then I was back there a couple of years ago.
I only went there one time, and it was in
The side door.
2016.
911
Yeah, I
hang
might
up
have been there
area
about-
359 Mariah Avenue within 9 meters.
About the same
of
time.
911 only phone.
We're gonna make a couple more announcements. But we'll wait until.
2154.
It's good to visit there, but I didn't.
Yeah.
It's not like a vacation spot for me. It's a nice town to visit. Enjoyed seeing it.
My absolute favorite food town.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not going to stop talking about food. So, by the way,
Food? Yeah.
that was one of my takeaways from those
Yeah.
suggestions.
No, I think we got to stick on the food. We're listening to all the radios, folks. So, rest assured on that. But it is the holiday season still. Through the weekend. How'd the Gophers do tonight, by the way?
Yeah, if anybody knows how
They
the
were tied when I was listening earlier. Then I had to take care of some other business. Gophers in the Duke, what's it called? Duke Mayo Bowl in Charlotte, North Carolina. I did see a bowl game while I was off. I'm not going to say exactly which one, but I did see a bowl game. Enjoyed that.
oh, I'll bet.
602.
You know, speaking of the holiday season, I've got to give this
They can slide this way.
this shout out.
We have Pepperball at the
That's actually a prayer request for Tammy Tyler's been a backseater since the beginning.
Hang on. I think of where they wanted. She said Dayton.
I'm not really near the call, but I just familiar with ball and ram or shield and all that. Thank you. Just looking for the pepper ball right now, but yeah, if you want to swing by with that other stuff, in case it's needed. We got a key en route right now.
From Redson, Maryland.
This must be the same call.
Went to it. I went over to the J address with the Ram and that pepper ball, so.
The Gophers won 24-10.
Oh, good.
128, I copy. 181.
But Tammy's infant month-old son, Logan,
Sorry to interrupt.
is, I'm sorry, Legend, her son Legend, is in the hospital with RSV.
Oh.
And
Kathy, can you ask
our prayers are with you, Tammy and Legend, and we'd like the backseaters to please keep Legend in your prayers.
Take a look at that.
That's scary. I'll tell you, Bobby had that once. Took him to the
I'm not
hospital.
showing any premise history for 1045 Everett.
Scary deal. Especially when they can't
21,
breathe.
did you copy that 128 is coming with the Ram and pepper ball?
Interesting. One of the things when we were when he couldn't breathe, you know, and you're worried about it,
170, do we need a
waiting
Ram
for
and
the-
pepper ball at Everett?
waiting for the medics. One of the things that the doctor said when we talked to the doctor is that they can breathe
21, are you en route?
easier in cold air.
I can on the phone with the cop. It sounds like the man.
The vehicle is now parked here at West District. I checked on the area.
So it suppresses some of the inflammation.
Thanks for checking.
It was crazy, but they said, yeah, sometimes you got to turn the air conditioning on and put them in front of the air conditioning.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah.
Little, I don't know, because a lot of times you're putting warm vapor, you know,
170,
humidity on a child to try to help them breathe.
Have
Right.
181 head over there.
I don't know.
It's funny you mention a humidifier. In
21,
fact, I
you
have
shield,
one arriving from Amazon on Sunday.
Yeah. Well,
Copy that, thank you. 2158.
it's dry air, really dry air.
Yeah, it is.
Dry air. You backseaters and you YouTube subscribers, if people ask what's going on, be sure you tell them that
174, go ahead.
you know who Pat and I are, so they
Speaking
understand
with
that
uncle on scene, saying that
we're on
nephew
patrol.
Austin did assault him earlier today.
City of St.
Did
Paul,
not
Ramsey
report it to the
County.
police, but does want to press
And
charges.
please do
on
share
it.
this.
Austin Victor India King is his last name, and then I have a phone number and try to give him a call and see if maybe you can contact with him right now.
174, I copy the uncle saying the nephew by the name of
Hey, by the way,
Austin
one of the most
did assault him
disturbing
earlier.
things
Did
that
not take a report,
bothered me
now
is
wanting to press
that
charges.
about the 500 responses, there was one, of course, that accused you of bad-mouthing Minneapolis PD.
Yeah.
Which was, nothing could be farther from the truth than that. We have Pat and I constantly complimenting those Minneapolis officers for what they're doing under terrible, tough circumstances. Well, we do comment on the amount of crime that's in Minneapolis, and we have criticized the elected officials at times for not moving quickly to help them hire, approve contracts, etc., or recognize the need for more officers. But we've never said anything negative about the officers themselves. So,
Quite the contrary. Yeah, that was one comment I had to respond to.
I saw you responded on that one, yeah. I keep track of what Pat responds to, folks.
Copy, we're speaking with Austin Victor, currently in the garage.
I don't know what's going on with this guy in the garage out on Everett Court, but I think the guy's either going to get hit with a 40 or pepper mace. You better come out, right?
Be a good idea.
Come out, come out.
So yeah, if the burglar on Everett is listening,
They're making
Give
announcements.
yourself up.
100, I copy. Making announcements right now in the garage when suspects come out.
They got plenty of cars there, folks. No reason for us to go, but Everett Court out there by Como and Energy Park Drive out there. See what happens.
Rangeburg County. 9175 is westbound 694 at 61. He's going to be out with Minnesota Lima Whiskey Charlie 280. It's going to be a Mercedes silver sedan that has a gross miss on it. The 22.
White Bear Squad's got a car stopped
There
at
was a squad calling.
694 and 61. Letting the county cars know.
28.
Mulby Clear Report, 82 and 84. Still
And in response to another comment, we are now eastbound on Maryland, approaching Jackson.
Yeah.
Report, you changed the chief complaint to.
We are not riding a bicycle.
Copy.
And if you heard me drinking, yes, Pat and I are occasionally drinking Mountain Dews again.
Yes.
In case there was any question about that Diet Coke diet.
It'll only be on Fridays for me. Other than that, I'm pretty much just drinking water.
You're
and
trying to make me feel guilty. Is that it?
Well, I think you're only doing it on Fridays, aren't you?
You know I'm like George Washington. I cannot tell a lie. I gotta be honest with you, I didn't drink one for like 2 months. And then I had one. And the taste was different. When you don't drink them for a long time, which makes me wonder. And I gotta say that because of the holidays, I had enough of them that the taste is back. But it's an interesting flavor question if it's an acquired taste.
Yeah, this is my first one since the beginning of November.
Well, I was only going to have Diet Coke today until you brought those in. What other crime issues are going on? Minneapolis is at a spur. I don't know what the final homicide numbers are for Minneapolis. I'd like to know. Maybe they're in the paper. But I do have one thing I'm proud of that I want. You know, we got to stop putting these bottles in on these cords. I'm gonna have you read something. Well, not the whole thing. All right. Actually, I'm gonna read it. So I don't want to read the whole letter. John Choi, County Attorney John Choi, sent a letter out to some of his supporters,
100.
letting them know some of the things
If
they
you
had
have one
accomplished.
1099 squad on
And
the
you know, we
scene
work
here,
closely
can they
with his
come
office.
to the front,
Yes, we
back
do.
up off
Prosecuting some of these kids or diverting or preventing.
by the garage.
We work with John Choi. We work with Tyrone Terrell, the African American Leadership Council. Kyle Williams is our designee to that
We have any
particular
squads
group.
that are available to respond to the
But
Everett, which is
we do. Elizabeth Lehman, County Attorney Elizabeth Lehman, has been, working directly with our CAT team, etc. So, I didn't get an honorable mention in this letter, by the way.
You did not?
No, I didn't get an honorable mention.
20 seconds.
It's implied. But sometimes politics is politics, folks. You know that.
Isn't that the truth?
I didn't even need to get the honorable mention, but you know, some of our troops probably deserved it, right?
I would say so.
So just real quickly, but I like the facts. He's got some facts and figures
Can I get a
in here that are.
call, please?
It's important. It's important that we mention them as the year winds down.
602. We're just waiting on the key.
I
Once
don't
the key
look
gets
good.
here, we're gonna go inside and clear, make sure nobody's inside.
CVS is a prison now.
Put in the red copy. Thank you.
And the partnership that we have has been good, but I just want to mention some things. There's one paragraph in here I want to read about crime, year-end crime. All right, so our continued collaboration with community, city, and county officials, including law enforcement, which has dramatically reduced carjackings and auto thefts. In 2023, we reduced auto thefts by 40%, and then by another projected 50% in 2024. Together with our community and law enforcement partners, we have achieved drastic declines in carjackings, down a projected 90% since their peak in 2021.
Can you log me out real quick?
That's pretty impressive.
Copy.
We can accomplish a lot when we stop blaming one another and focus on real solutions with communities most impacted by our crime. So, like I said, the sheriff's office didn't get a shout out on that carjacking thing, but you know our carjacking team deserves one, right?
Absolutely.
But let's just leave it at that. But then you look at these charts, these auto theft charts I'm showing you. This is for all of Ramsey County. You can see the dramatic decrease in auto thefts there that is included. And check this out. Ramsey County carjackings down 90%.
Pretty impressive.
90% in 3 years. We are making a real difference, he writes to the people. So yeah, good letter, good statistics, success.
You got a new caller that's calling from 1808.
You know, it's
just wanted
and
to know that
you know, I'm just glad to say our troops in the CAT unit had a lot to do with that.
They've been talking
Right?
with the
Most
neighbor on the
definitely.
phone,
Well,
and that
can't-
1812
it's a
is
team
vacant
effort, but
property.
give a little credit to we're giving a little credit to our guys as well.
Appreciate it.
So, and meanwhile, Gene
You're very
Lugedal
welcome.
just texted us.
What time do you go to for? Sample 170. I go to 4.
Went straight across.
Yeah. I thought it was MBU 450, but I'm not
I
positive.
think it was NBE. You thought it was what?
NBU. But
Trying to catch up to one doing 100 northbound 35, coming up to 694 split.
well, that's gonna be tough.
Ready to weigh in, I'm taking it to the main.
All right, Nicole, pinch. Pinch.
2771 pursuit.
What do you mean?
Pinch. Transmit. I'm gonna talk to her. Nicole, I'm gonna put it on.
2771, northbound 35, going to westbound 694.
We're gonna switch you over to Nicole.
652 is the black Kia.
Copy, black Kia.
Calling at 10-1,
It's my brain.
2771.
Just make sure.
Westbound under right, moving over to lane number 1. Westbound under right, moving over to lane number 1. Lane number 1.
Didn't go over yet.
Shoot.
Coming up to Victoria. Go for Copy 143 here.
Oh, coming back.
Ramsey County will be dropping the van.
Well, in case you did not, pretty sure she was muted, huh?
Yeah, she was.
In case you couldn't hear what happened there, Nicole had a car fly by her at 100 miles an hour on 35E. She followed it, attempted to stop it, wouldn't stop, and then went westbound on 694. And Deputy Winkle assisted her, and the car did pull over. A lot of times, if you let people know you're not going to let them run, and you have more than one car there, so we switched over to her camera for you, but she had her audio muted. Sorry about that.
But you were able to see what transpired.
Yeah. So we're gonna work on that too. We might be able to let the radio audio play in our car while, in case she's muted.
Yeah, we could do that.
It's just so many different options. And since the car stopped way out there in New Brighton, we are not going to go out there. They said it was code 4.
Which means everything is under control.
4, clear assist.
Copy.
I've noticed a trend with some
Sure, I
of the,
got a gun in the car here. You have a box at all?
Found a gun in the car?
she's angled in front of it.
Yeah, Nicole's car's in front, so you really can't see much on her camera.
117.
Winkle does not have a camera in his car.
Go ahead.
I had a new caller that just advised that their mother is at 850 Edmond, and that our original caller is.
I've noticed with a lot of newer vehicles,
56, and that
they've got four headlights,
brother, and then disconnected and is now not answering.
2 on each side, and it makes you think their brights are on,
Okay.
even though they're not. I don't like that trend.
Interesting.
619.
619.
Interesting.
Yeah, another announcement. Approaching the service door.
Have you made another announcement? Gonna be
So they've been trying to get this burglar to open the door, come out and surrender, and they are going to have to just go in. They warned them.
Yep.
100, just so everyone knows, we're going to be making entry.
I'm going to turn that down so
Good idea.
can't hear any of their tactical plan.
And when it's time, we're going to be on the 1-2 corner.
Yeah. The year went fast.
Well, the older you get, the faster they go, Pat.
Isn't that the truth?
A lot of people at some of the restaurants already. Cheeseburger, cheeseburger. You know, one of the greatest parts about this job is the chance for camaraderie.
Oh, absolutely.
And as I look at life, a lot of people don't have that in their workplace anymore.
Oh, that's so true.
And I think that's that whole human connection piece is tied to the mental health of our society. And in some cases, people use phones to replace that. But there's nothing like, you know, an office camaraderie Well, it doesn't matter what job it is, right?
Right.
So I've been very lucky. I know you have as well.
Very much so.
I try to stimulate that in our workplace too. You know, wherever you can, just be able to have fun with each other, joke around a little bit.
Well, and speaking of our comrades, on a very sad note, I don't know if you saw it or not, but Butch Swintek passed away.
Oh, I did not see that. Oh man, I was shocked. I thought he was really healthy.
Yeah.
What was going on, you know?
I do not know.
It's terrible.
269.
Butch was a hell of a good cop.
Nicole, you copy intel.
Good guy.
Central Squad to Daxford, SIP 1138.
We got a cell phone here. You want that with him?
Sounds like the infamous Mark Suki.
Copy.
But it sounds like he has a cold. By the way, a lot of people are sick. Holy mackerel.
Yeah. I thought that was Kyle.
Thank you, 2222.
What's Suki?
Nicole, you're taking
Yeah,
the
maybe
pursuit
it was.
report part, correct?
Yeah, maybe it was. Kyle sounded sick.
Copy 269.
It was Kyle.
And Sean Filowich, who we worked with at St. Paul PD, is very, very ill.
Oh, I know.
And his brother Dan asked for us to mention him and
Well, Gundy's sick too, right?
ask him to keep him in their prayers. Yeah, Grundy is. Yep.
Grundy. And then Ernster and Grundy are having their joint retirement party, right? Coming
Yes.
up next week?
Yep.
I don't think it was this week.
It's today's the 3rd, right? Yeah, it's a week from today.
Yeah. Well, not a lot going on around Maplewood Mall here tonight, Pat.
No, there's not.
Just get hungry driving around all these restaurants. Chili's, IHOP, Outback, Wendy's, Taco Bell.
Item 75 on Coach Order.
278, are you trying to reach dispatch?
Never-ending salad and soup at the Olive Garden. Well, let's see. It'll be interesting if the Vikings. We'll find out if the Vikings are for real, huh?
Man, I'm not going to say much at all. I don't want to jinx it.
Oh, here's the deal. If they can beat the Lions, they'll get the #1 seed.
Which gives them a bye for the first game.
Right.
And for as long as they keep winning, home field advantage the entire time.
Isn't that amazing?
Yep.
They lose, though. I think they dropped to #3. Because, pretty sure
Checking there for squad 5.
Philadelphia has a lock on #2.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's a lock.
I'm sorry, you were low. Go again.
5313, so you can clear this call before.
I do not want to
That's
be a #3 seed that ends up playing Philadelphia at Philadelphia eventually. Those Philadelphia fans are brutal on our Vikings.
Yeah, they are. There's a brutal period. Well, Deputy Brent Lehman retired from the Dakota County Sheriff's Office after 33 years of service.
I saw that, yeah.
Congratulations and thank you for your service, Brent.
And when are you coming back to work?
And that's with love and best wishes from Debbie Warner Patton.
Yep.
Steve Smith's wife, Kathy, says he has a lot to celebrate every January because their anniversary is January 6th. Well, happy anniversary, you guys. And happy birthday on January 4th to Steve. Happy birthday to Betsy Graham from Wisconsin today. Love from Alan. Jasper Bredkajar turned 29 on January 2nd. Love from Sister Katrina and Mom Kitty. Happy birthday, Vicki Hamilton, turned 58 on Christmas. Love from your partner in crime, daughter Nicole. A double, Ethan turned 9 on the 1st. Eli turns 13 on the 6th. Love from Dad Justin. Cousin Jim turns 57 January 5th. Love from Kathy Breedy. Happy birthday to Adam Lowe. January 7th from our dear friend, the cheetah print glitter queen herself, Shy Lowe.
I'm going to make a phone call here.
Oh, scared me.
Yes, sir.
So give us a little load on what you got there. You're live on patrol. We went to your camera, but you were muted. So tell us. We heard about the car driving at 100 miles an hour. But what else did you get?
Yeah, I originally saw him northbound 35. He buzzed past me. He was going about 100. I had to go about 105 to catch up to him. And as soon as I lit him up, he cut over 3 lanes of traffic and then was going about 140. And Winkle came out, which was good. He was at Lexington because I would have lost him in some traffic. And then he ended up pulling over just before 35W. I had a very realistic BB gun replica in the center console, probably the most realistic replica gun I've ever seen. Says he didn't see us, so that's why he kept going.
Okay.
So we're on our way down to the jail now.
Was he deeply apologetic?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, well, that's not any good.
Not in the slightest.
All right, good work. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. Bye.
Oh, my.
Sometimes they're very apologetic, you know. Big leniency, right?
Sometimes.
But apparently not this guy.
Ken Johnson of Hudson, Wisconsin turns 71 on the 21st. With love from your Kofall cousins. Linda Yules, thank you for 24 pairs of gloves. And Becky LeBrun for the cases of hand warmers.
Isn't Linda who we had dinner with at the state fair?
No.
Well, Linda was one of the ones that won but never claimed her prize.
Yes, I believe you're right.
That's what it was.
What you want to do for?
Yeah.
And there were a lot of anonymous donations. Thank you so much.
1745 Marion, number 10 is medic. So
And we mentioned Mike Ernster retiring. Congratulations to him. From Georgianne Larson and the LOP backseat.
Can you turn on the chief complaint?
Jordan Gullickson, 14th anniversary. From your husband, Zach. Alan Graham turned. I don't know how old he turned, but he had his birthday December 21st. Love from Aunt Betty and Sister Sue.
Everything turn.
Linda White, 65 on the 26th of December. Lincoln McWaters turned 31 on the 20th. Love from your wife, Kendra. Kelly Benner, December 24th. Mom and Dad Schrader.
And Linda's 65 is the new 45,
There you go.
by the way.
Sean turned 43 on December 25th. Love from Carrie Ness. Casey Zeller of Austin, Minnesota, December 11th from Brandon Lewis. Chris Mueller turned 40 on December 27th. Love from Rosie Wren and the Lean family. Debbie Dzelski of Sparta, Wisconsin. December 27th had her birthday. And Michelle Burt, January 2nd. Love from your husband, Scott.
We are southbound on Arcade at Ivy.
Johnson High School on our right.
You got Channel 3 on right, Pat? You got a lot of things going on over there?
Nope, I had it on the Central Channel for the Pursuit. Now it's back on 3.
326.
TOC 1171 Westminster Street in the back stairs for 3 parties having a verbal altercation.
So the reckless driver who fled,
Copy.
2232.
18 years old with a pistol.
$380. 326 can cancel. We're out. We've already talked to those parties.
Okay. There's a verbal argument at 1171 Westminster. I was going to slide over to.
326, copy.
Because that happens to be an address where a number of our troublemakers hang out at. But it sounds like other squad said they had already been out with those parties.
Okay.
So,
Copy is scene safe.
probably have more information on this. The bus is turning from the right lane.
Verbal altercation with 2 males and 1 female.
I never saw a bus turn from the right lane like that. It's the first real call we've even been in proximity of.
Yeah, true.
There haven't been many real calls. Got the burglary going. So my number one goal for this first 3 months is to try to get our deputies a raise. Their contract expired at the end of last year, so they're working really without a contract, which typically they just use the old contract, but boy do they deserve a salary increase. You know, to keep up with Minneapolis, St. Paul, other agencies. You saw the list, Pat. We're like at the bottom.
Yeah, we are. And it would certainly help with recruitment.
Top priority.
312, copy the DOC 851 7th Street East at Monk today for loud drunk people in the business, 2235.
Loud drunk people. Those are 2 words that go together.
Hand in hand.
Loud and drunk. You know, I've kind of gotten back into watching Stargate. Do you remember? Did you ever watch that show?
Yeah.
I really liked that Richard Dean Anderson, who was the colonel on the thing.
And the movie that kicked it off was really good too.
He was from Minnesota, actually.
No, he's MacGyver, right?
Yeah, he was MacGyver too.
Jesus.
Hesitant to turning my reds on the cross because I don't want them to know we're coming. If that's the right strategy or not. Sorry, I interrupted you. We're going to see something.
Can you show me around 2 relative with 1?
Those spots here, Hardy. Everything good? He's already here inside. I think they had an earlier call here, so they got here first. It's a little odd, huh?
Yeah.
Can you check the CAD to make sure they are in there? This car's not running.
272, where are you? There's a key at the back door. The key at the back door. 272, I'm sorry. Can you go again, please?
I'll be following 1.1.
That's the en route code, isn't it?
Unseen.
Oh, okay.
Shows them here, right?
Yep, sure does.
Well, since they handled the call earlier, we're not gonna interfere with them. They probably have some history here.
Should go through with the crew out on date and the key holder here.
Key holder is on scene at 2230.
Never did catch how that Everett.
But Everett's still there, but there's a call on Dayton too. Alarm call, I think they're trying to.
Oops, I just passed it.
Be 2 days right in here. 95M code 4 with him. And I sure cleared him. Copy. Yeah.
What happened down there? Suspicious activity, 1800 block of Dayton. But
In a vacant home, apparently.
good at shrinking those windows.
And I don't know how I did that. Goodness.
126, I contact Airbus en route for the back 1585, Randolph, Walgreens at 2239.
That Randolph down there, I'll tell you what, it can't possibly stay open that much longer.
Right. You see where California, the voters overwhelmingly passed a proposition making shoplifting a felony.
Yeah, it used to be $1,000. It's ridiculous now. You know, now they finally got serious with crime.
What else we need here?
Right now. Sorry, 14th Street.
And they did take him in custody on Everett.
Got Lincoln Henry Avenue 421.
Good. What's going on Dayton? It's just, do they think someone's in the house?
321.
They heard some noises that make them think there might be.
Your case number is 001683.
They're waiting for a key holder that they think is coming.
Correct.
Copy, thank you.
I'll go through all the comments here on it.
2240.
white male pounding on the window. They saw him earlier in the backyard. And then the caller said she thought she heard somebody banging in the basement. They left the house across the roof to a neighbor's house for safety. They heard footsteps coming upstairs.
Can I get the case number, please? Case number is 001687. How do you think? Welcome to 2241.
We have a ram and a pepper ball on scene. One of the canines has the access code.
A lot of these abandoned houses now are going to be targets of people looking for places to get warm.
Yep.
Some of them are past residents, some of them are squatters. But the colder it gets,
what's going to happen?
Actually, the cold isn't as bad as when the wind comes up. That wind chill can be brutal.
Yeah. Boy, look at how clear it is. Love this city.
Apartment 418. Caller can hear loud scraping noises that it sounds like furniture moving.
Let's go see what's going on.
100.
100.
We'll be taking from every Joseph Road, Kennedy.
2243.
22.
Myself and one Atlanta.
Perfect.
Well, we got a pretty good crew of CAT team members out tonight, but not a lot of crime.
Definitely an A-team. RFV boy. Fine.
In the neighborhood or not?
No, Mounds View.
What kind of car is that?
Toyota Highlander. To an Ali.
What states don't allow right turn on reds anymore? Do you know?
I don't know of any off the top of my head.
One 171 174. Could you go to 4? 4.
Now you got your window open because you're hot or what? Mounds View, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the car's been acting suspicious, folks, but, you know, we do not technically have probable cause or reasonable suspicion for a traffic violation to stop it, so we're not going to.
But we have run the plate in case something does come up that happened on that block.
We were kind of peeking at it. It was stopped, talked to another car, and then pulled down a block and then pulled over again on another street. And, which, of course, is completely legal. Obviously, he's driving very cautious.
Tango, copy.
Thank you for saying.
Timberlake Road and Palmer Drive, Beaver, David, Tom.
We don't catch them all, but if for some reason they were up to no good, they know that we're paying attention, right?
Yep.
Information from employed medics around the 2300 Carver, 61-year-old female who fell on a 26
So Gene said there were 76 homicides in Minneapolis,
9173 status.
Yep.
and that trying to think what else he said. Gene, you got to text.
9173
You got to check Scotty too. He said that's 4 more than there was in 2023. It's a lot of homicides.
Yes, it is.
5183 Tango, code 4.
Thought Mark Godfrey did a very nice job laying out all the homicides that there were. Did you see the article?
I did.
And one of the things I want to do in our office chat, we'll figure out a name for it, is go over the unsolved homicides. Good idea?
Absolutely a good
Talk
idea.
about the victims, talk about the circumstances, remind people about the unsolved homicides in St. Paul. And for that matter, as we evolve, sort of the unsolved crime in general. We have a broad enough reach now that
602 to the crew inside. You still doing all right?
people know everybody, right?
Yep.
Our backseaters, they
Yeah,
know
we're just
everybody.
mission clear the levels here. Sounds good, thank you.
Info for squads. Central and East are currently tied for a break at 22:48.
What do you think?
That's the other thing people asked about is they want another tour of the comp center when it's actually running. Probably not a bad request, right?
Not at all.
5183 Tango.
They do amazing work up there, the telecommunicators and the dispatchers.
Yeah, I'll talk to the director up there, see if we could arrange for something like that.
Of course, I talked to there's one of the females over there named Olive.
5183 Tango, copy.
It was easy to do when it was empty and just being remodeled, because then we didn't have. Some people are shy, don't want to be on camera. You know, you have to honor their request.
Is anybody on scene at Dayton with a female by the name of Olive?
She might be in the other side of what. There's a locker room that we believe might be her bedroom. Just trying to see if she has a key or if this key and Heather can grab it and lock it. 602 copies that. I'll let you know. Squad 23.
What's up? Wait, 50.
One 12 GRA. What is it?
112, 26.
380.
We are southbound on Rice from front. Coming up on the right here is the Bourne's Bar.
There should be no concerns.
What is that?
Copy 1145.
That logo up there at Bourne's, what does that remind you of?
Westminster. 2250.
I don't know. Texas? Not sure.
112, 260, copy route to 1220 Sherwood, apartment number 4 for disorderly or
Well,
close to their neighbors being loud.
That's the PG version of what it reminds me of.
Didn't you post something on Facebook about watching the Christmas Story?
Is there a way
Is that you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got my grandson, Maddox Patrick, a Daisy Red Ryder BB gun for his birthday.
Oh, I thought you got the lamp, the leg lamp.
The leg lamp.
And that reminded me of the leg lamp.
There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
right, the leg lamp.
Yeah.
No, it was a BB gun though, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was reading into that. I wasn't sure exactly whether you brought the whole family a couple artifacts from the movie, but it was the BB gun.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
just to clarify, are you asking me to create
Identical
an narcotic call at 1145 Westminster?
to the one
and then
from
would you
Christmas
not
Story.
investigate at the same
Very good.
A little rawhide on the
Copy that.
little swivel on the side,
Yeah.
and a compass in the stock.
Go ahead.
182 to the squad that's with Olive. Can you ask her if there's a key inside or if she has that key on her just so we can finish out this and clear that?
Doesn't sound like they're finding
Yeah, Bill,
anybody in the Dayton call. You're on live on patrol, young man. So
Yes, sir. I'm glad I am. I hate to bug you, but a good friend of mine who's a St. Paul fire captain, Brandon Schuderman, has a relative in Prior Lake named Susie McDonough, and she is a big fan of your show. It's her birthday, and I promised I'd give her a shout out because she watches you every week. And she's a big fan. Susie McDonough, happy birthday.
happy birthday, Susie.
Happy
McDonough.
birthday, Susie.
And if you're wondering who this is calling in, this is Assistant Deputy Fire Chief Dino Guerin, now retired, working as the emergency manager for the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. So good.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for answering my call. I thought maybe I'd get the click, but I'm glad that you did because I saw him at a retirement party for Assistant Chief Mike Gady, who retired from the fire department 5 days ago. And Brandon Schuderman, you might remember the name, that they did home inspections. They were related to the Leitners, Dick Leitner and Billy Leitner.
What was his dad, Joe Schuderman then? Or
Yes,
okay,
you are 100% correct.
Yeah, great guy. And
Yeah.
his mom used to take rescue animals for the zoo and raise the little gorillas at the house.
No kidding.
You got a great,
Yeah.
you got a great memory. And a shout out to Pat Scott because the Leitners knew Pat Scott well, and they're all related to Susie. So I promised him I'd try to get him on the air, and I'm glad you answered my call. So thank you.
We'll always answer your call. Appreciate your friendship and your service.
All right, God bless you guys. Be safe
You
tonight.
too. Thanks.
Take care, dude.
Talk to you. Bye.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think if we do a few more of those office calls like that where people can call in too, you know, and ask a question, start a conversation.
That would be fun. And there is our beautiful cathedral in front of us.
Better go down on West 7th Street. There's not a lot going on here, folks, but it is only 5 degrees.
That does tend to keep the
5 degrees.
miscreants inside.
I wasn't sure if you were going to go live yesterday on Thursday. Figure it crossed your mind.
Yeah, it did.
Well, it's fine that you didn't. I mean, just saying I wasn't sure if you were gonna. Sometimes there's more going on in the daytime now than at nighttime.
Yeah, that's true.
Until the bars close, of course.
John David G. Briley.
Which will hang with you till the bars close, because when the bars close,
It's often when things start to happen. Three below zero in Cloquet.
What else is going on crime-wise? Should take a look at that Minneapolis Crime Watch page. They still have a lot of crime going on over there. You know, before we turn the dial, what time is it? So it's just a little before 11. So John Scheller's son, I can't even believe that I'm saying this because
8197.
he's roughly the same age as Bobby, but born about the same time.
Go ahead.
It's 20 years ago.
Bureau showing no extradition out of San.
His dad was driving him to school. They got rear-ended. I think it was a bus that rear-ended him.
96, I copy. What's the name on that?
You know, distracted drivers, phones, you know, the whole thing that goes on. They get rear-ended and their son was in a car seat in the back seat
96.
and was killed.
Oh my God.
Wyatt Scheller. And a great family. I don't know if you've met John's wife and his other three children. You know, one of his daughters just graduated from Marine boot camp. It's an amazing family, and I don't know, but it's to the Schellers, very sorry for your loss 20 years after Angela and John. It's hard to believe that it's been that long. No matter how fun it has been raising your other kids, and I know them all well, it'll never make up for the loss of your son. So, just a tragic way to die, getting rear-ended while you're on your way to, I think it wasn't school, but like preschool or daycare.
I did not know that. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah. It's got to leave an impact on you. But your other children are amazing. Talia, well, just, John does a great job. He supervises the Rev, by the way, in case you're wondering, backseaters. That's the Rev's official supervisor, Sergeant John Scheller.
What a good guy.
And if you got to supervise Andre Star Wars Robinson and Rev, and occasionally Michi, you deserve to be a sergeant.
Deserve all the accolades you can get.
I say that with love, guys.
That's confident. 52, Plato.
Let's see if he stops. That sounded like McManus, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's just see which way it goes. You don't know if he's going north or south. We'll just run over here.
Clear right.
One of our CAD team members is stopping a car at 52 in Plato. We're not positive if it's north or south, but we can veer over the bridge while I run into a cone or two. Those are skinny cones. They don't look very healthy.
Sean, did you say he did stop, or he wasn't stopping?
Clear right.
I'm good at how.
the west side, of course, which is actually south of...
Como with Kilo Delta Victor 493.
Clear right.
Racing Como 2301.
south of St. Paul. Equipment flying around. Let me know if you see them.
I see the lights.
Northbound or
Southbound, right there.
All right.
I think, yeah, that's it.
It sounded like he was okay.
Mm-hmm.
Code 42302.
Is that him? He must have been
Yep,
done.
looks like it's already cleared.
In case you're wondering, we are on the banks of the beautiful Mississippi River, which of course begins here in Minnesota. Northern Minnesota, north of Brainerd up there by Itasca.
Yeah, the headwaters of the Mississippi River you can walk across.
Done that. It was on my list.
I never did.
Yeah. There's a little sign up there. It says Mississippi River Creek. 25 feet. Walk across it.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to tell a funny story.
Okay.
I'm not going to say when it was, where it was, or what airline it was. But this is a story about transparency. You know how people like the transparency of what we say and do, okay?
Yep.
Well, I like transparency on planes, where the pilot actually communicates. You know, a lot of times when you're on a plane, you can't hear the pilot, right?
Right.
Because the speaker isn't loud enough. Or the pilot might give you half the information, or might encode it in some way.
Okay.
The animal complaint 1952 at Maryland for a dog left on the porch. Would you like a second?
So, when I was coming home from my short vacation, the pilot comes on and says, first he says, well, we're going to be a little delayed because they didn't put enough fuel in the plane. Okay? So we're having them come back to put fuel. This is all a true story, folks.
Okay.
Coming back to put fuel in the plane. Okay. I guess that's okay. They didn't put enough in to get us to where we need to go, right?
So yeah,
Good to
let's
have
get
enough
some more
fuel.
in
Let's
here.
get-
Disturbance 1506
And by the way, while they're coming back,
someone is playing
oh no, they come
loud
back,
music.
and he
They don't
says,
know
well,
which apartment it's coming
they
from,
put
but
the
it's been
fuel
about an
in
hour
now, but they're missing one bag, so they got to recount the bags. Okay, so they take them all out and because they're worried about, I suppose, a bag being smuggled on, or they got one too many, or whatever it is. The bag count is off by 1.
Okay.
I don't carry a bag for that reason, but which is okay. Then the pilot comes back on and says, well...
You mean the checked baggage?
Yeah, the checked baggage. Comes back on and he says, while they were refueling the plane, they noticed there was a leak around the left engine. Okay? Fuel leak.
I'm not liking this.
We're all on the plane. Okay? We're all on the plane. There's a fuel leak around the left engine. Okay?
Hey, Pat, can you mute for a second?
Yep. Hang on. So, first of all, not enough fuel. Check the number of bags. Now they said the engine appears to be leaking fuel. All right?
Not a great start.
Yeah, you kind of worry about that. You don't know if an engine's leaking fuel while you're flying, if it can start on fire. You really don't know how that works, right? Does it just leak like a car, or is it potentially so close to the engine? You don't know. So then he comes back on. This is the 4th transmission now. If you hear the engine starting up, we're going to start up the engine so that they can determine if the engine's leaking while it's running. Okay? All right, so we're waiting for the engine, and a few minutes later, well, we've actually decided not to turn the engines on because there's apparently a large amount of fuel on the ground under the plane from when they refueled it, and the fire department has decided it's too much of a risk to turn the engine on, so we're calling the refuelers back to mop up the spilled fuel. Right?
Okay, I'm with you so far.
All right, so, and then after we get the fuel mixed up, then we're going to start the engine, and we're going to see if it leaks. If it leaks, then we're going to have a mechanic figure out what's wrong with it. So what do you think I do? Knowing Bob Fletcher, what do you think I do?
Tell me.
What would you do? Get off the fucking plane.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm out of there. Ma'am, do you mind if I leave? I'm just going to catch a different flight. I'm not going to stick around to see if the plane blows up while you guys are seeing if it leaks.
Jeez.
So I got off. I got on a different flight, different airline, and that plane never left.
Really?
Flight was canceled.
Wow.
Which, with good reason, probably, right?
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't want to be flying on that plane after all that.
A leaky engine.
Leaky engine, miscounted bags.
Well, you know, and plus it's on the heels of, you know, 2 acts of terrorism. Who knows?
Yep.
Copy. Going back 316 for suspicious 1054 P at Pronto Auto Repair for failure in front of the address. Acting suspicious.
1054 Payne, suspicious. Male
328 copy.
loitering around vehicles.
Is that Chance's bar?
212, go ahead.
I don't know.
It's in Lawson with Kilo Romeo Yankee 622.
Pronto Auto Repair.
212, I'm sorry, the radio cut out during the intersection. What are you at with Lawson?
I'm going to be at Hatch and Kent now with Kilo Romeo 622.
Copy. Hatchington at 2312.
How much power you got left on that? She comes out, I'll drop you, and then we can three-way it.
On 523. Assisted 537. Can you
we're missing a cord for Pat's CAD. Our old cord is
533. I copied to close out your last call, but I'm sorry. The radio is kind of in and out. Can you tell me again where you're going to be?
Yes, close out the last one, assisted. And I'll be on PPV at 241 Kellogg East, please.
Copy. 241 Kellogg, 2312.
well, we don't have a whole lot going on. We're going to run over to that suspicious call, 10 or block.
Right in between Cook and Mac. No description of the guy.
So I'm guessing they didn't have any duct tape, or else they were out of bubble gum to fix the engine.
Oh.
There were some other people on the plane, like there's a lady with a family with 5 kids. She wanted to get off too, because it just makes you nervous when the engine's leaking.
Yeah.
You know, it just makes you nervous. That's all I can say about it.
There's no way I would have flown on that plane.
DOC at 95 7th Street. As a rep, there is no use to leave. 3rd floor of the Skyway. Security is waiting for officers. They're looking to have a trespass.
This, by the way, the laptop may actually be getting juice. I'm not sure.
23.
Might be what?
It might be getting positive.
Alright, so the next couple blocks here.
Just going under 35W now.
You know where it is?
Yeah, it's, I think, where that light is on the right. Oh, wait a minute.
I think, is it this one right here?
This might be it here. Yeah, this is it.
The spud's here.
Oh, and they're talking.
Assertive lane change now at New Brighton Boulevard. Stop at New Brighton Boulevard, right lane. New Bright.
Sounds like the chopper.
Yeah. Must be out in Minneapolis tonight.
And any non-emergency traffic, please go to Tech 1. And left at 19th Avenue.
Oh, we should probably head that way in case he pops in, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Come car. So you don't sign up I can sign up to Walmart and on the way back in the hall now. Yeah, that's fine.
It's like, by the way, St. Paul was talking to a couple parties.
Can you notify St. Anthony? It looks like this guy might be heading home. We have a plate on it. St. Anthony 6904. What's the plate on it? Lincoln Victor Mary 942 Black Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Well, that might be the one.
And number 4, it's stop at the light at Lowry. Stinson Boulevard at Lowry.
That's the one that was in the thread earlier, right?
Yep, I believe so.
Well, that's good.
St. Anthony 6910. I'm in the area. I'm at Lowry and Stinson.
You want to go on it? Intel and make sure that helicopter. They can check the thread earlier. Is that Black Jeep?
6th Avenue. Still northbound Lowry. Northbound Stinson from Lowry. From 28th.
You guys copying LTAC on that Grand Cherokee?
Yeah, we've been monitoring. West on 27. Couple times in the past couple days. One, 6 Metro. Behind him right here. I believe we have eyes on it.
Well, are you going to be ready to help them?
North McKinsey.
Or are we eating?
St. Anthony 6910. Slither at 6th Street. Please advise to 328 and a ghost car.
2318.
It's a different plate.
He was slumped over on East Stinson and East End. 3765.
Different than the one.
Yeah.
North Benjamin from 29th Avenue.
I think there was 2 different plates, though.
Yeah, it's not either one.
It's not either one?
314. Clear advice on 315.
Nearly crashed on 30th Avenue. Almost in Cleveland. Westbound 30th Avenue. Coming to Arthur. Northbound St. Anthony.
There's a great example there. That car that was just in front of us, folks, didn't know what to do because of the red lights, which is one of the reasons that I don't always use them. Because people get confused. Do I pull left? Do I pull right? And that comes from 47 years of experience of whether to use them or not. It's got to be smart. Use them all.
St. Anthony and Polk. Continuing St. Anthony, westbound. Tyler. Northbound Central from St. Anthony.
No, they're all on the right side, so I don't have to worry about where they're going. They're going to pull right if they pull anywhere. Except for that guy up
Traveling
there.
faster than other traffic.
See, he would have pulled right in front of us if I left the red lights on. So, you saw him turn to signal and then turn them off.
33rd is what turns into C2, right?
Northbound Central at Columbia.
Not sure.
And westbound Columbia from Central.
Let me get over here to Lowry somewhere.
Northbound Van Buren.
Doesn't sound like he
Columbia.
really wants to go out to 694.
have the 37.
So you couldn't find anything out of that?
Nova County is on Mike. You're after 37.
On that plate?
Yeah.
No. So I don't know exactly what they're after it for.
But it is a black Jeep.
Yes. Black Jeep Grand Cherokee.
But it sounded like it's a St. Anthony.
You'll have the 39. Still Van Buren.
Because he said we should get a hold of St. Anthony. Call Kelly, will you?
Van Buren for 39.
Or whoever's Kelly Finn, whoever's in Emory.
And
ask her to find out.
Kelly, you got a copy?
Yes, this is Kelly.
The plate they broadcast on LTAC does not match up with the two Jeeps in the thread. Can you find out what they've got?
From 40th Avenue. I told you to go find Columbia Heights and Friendly if you haven't already, please.
St. Anthony.
41st and then north from Van Buren.
Sure.
Maybe call State East Metro. Or maybe West Metro, actually.
See, where do you think this guy's doing? This is a classic example where we don't want people to do that. That's why we don't use our red lights.
Red takes 35 up to 600 more, 45 minutes.
Did anybody catch what they're originally after this vehicle for? Because the plate does not match the two in the thread.
Yeah, so originally it's supposed to call tonight. The squad went to make contact. I believe it's less than.
So it could have bad plates on it.
Cooperative. Which street you on with them?
Sounds like they all stopped.
What was it for you? Sounds like they're stopped in an apartment complex in Columbia Heights.
Sounds like they got him stopped, but he's uncooperative. So we are probably going to turn around unless they got a real problem. But if you ever have red lights behind you, our preference is that you pull over to the right immediately. Left is iffy when there's no shoulder like there was there on 36.
482 Metro, arms are out the window. We're going to wait for another unit here. More arms out the window. Trooper 9, did you have an address?
Trooper 4, it's at 842nd Avenue is the address I'm having.
Copy, thanks.
The parking garage was on the south side of the west half of the building. If somebody finds a good way to get in there, would you let everybody else know, please?
Locals are getting into the building right now.
We have another black Jeep that we're very interested in. may or may not be the same one that they just stopped, but the plate is slightly different. And also flat a couple times.
Any incoming cars around?
So we're gonna right now getting off on 280 in Labrador, and we are
314.
coming into the city of Lauderdale and Falcon Heights.
Yeah, Maryland clearance.
Grade 31, state taking one of your cars.
And they're taking them into custody.
Troopers one in custody.
321 out back, 314.
And on March 1st, City of St. Anthony will take over policing Falcon Heights again, like they did in the past. It's a contiguous city here. They have Lauderdale and Falcon Heights. Much more efficient and safe to have a contiguous city.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You all remember the shooting of Philando Castile?
Metro, will be clear.
We're going to drive by his memorial area here in Carpenter. Our sympathies to his family, Valerie, and others. But of course, that was a severing of a relationship with St. Anthony that, after years
You're in 6. I'm outside. I can hear them partying inside. They're refusing to open up the
hard
door for
work
me, though.
has been restored.
Heavy party is refusing to open the door.
So, but from our perspective, we're facing Falcon Heights.
We'll take a tow to this parking garage.
Go for one in custody.
I love this Bell Museum here. I like science museums, by the way. They have observatories as well. What did we lose?
Nothing. Just plugging the radio back in.
You can hit scan on
42
that
Metro.
one.
42.
There's music even louder now.
So we can drop it.
Heavy parties are trying to make their
We are
music
patch. I
louder.
will drop the patch without Tech 1. Thanks, agencies, for your assistance.
That east side call, 851 East 7th. Loud music from inside the business after the police left. And they're refusing to open the door and turning the music even louder.
Oh, all right. Interesting. Let's see what happens. Are you ready?
Yeah, sorry for the delay.
Do you have anybody with you tonight or not?
Nope, I don't.
You're alone. All right. Do you need to work on that other matter or not?
Oh no, I'm a multitasker.
Well, I know that, but sometimes you choose different tasks. So
No, we'll figure it out as we go. I got Sarah's
Okay.
out too, so
all right, we'll send it to you in 1 minute. 1 minute.
sounds good.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. So, what I didn't mention is that, of course, my wife was with me when we were on our little vacation. But the Sparks
On the plane with you too?
No, we don't fly together because safety issues. But the Sparks has joined us.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. 'Cause, you know, she's a workaholic, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Mildly.
Heavy running up the back.
This is her first day back at work yesterday. So hasn't worked for a week. You know, back. So this is a park and memorial to Philando. And did I flatten my tire? What did I just do there?
Just snow.
If you can read anything here. Peace Garden. You can read that. You get good eyes. Good.
Yep.
Anything else you can read there? Feel free to.
You can scan a barcode on there to make a donation. And
6, the party's there. Starting to come out and disperse.
generosity, with community engagement, visioning and planning, garden design and renewal, percent of the garden maintenance fund. Gifts are still needed for exhibits, transportation, and digital tour.
3 and 5, can you
garden signage and lighting,
Whiskey 476.
garden upkeep and maintenance, and visitors publications.
So I think it's important as we return, as St. Anthony
What part of
returns.
the Armor ladder these people hanging out?
Remember history.
Yep.
All that
Out from the main
his
entrance.
girlfriend was live streaming
Probably
at the
about
time of the incident.
back.
We're going to send you over to Nicole, and
Deeper.
we'll be back later. Pat,
315, did you
Pat
want to
and I
write back?
might split up so we can find something better for you to observe. But
Unless they start with
here we go. You want to say anything, Pat, before we switch to
We'll
Nicole?
see you again later.
Welcome back, backseaters. Happy Friday. Hope everybody had a great New Year's, great end of the year, and so far a great start to 2025. Just checking out Golden Star Apartments here in Maplewood. I rolled through about an hour ago, and every car looks pretty much the same so far, but it doesn't hurt to double check. New Year's in Florida. It's some nicer what was here, obviously. We got back Wednesday, so it was definitely colder weather to come back to. Got in the car at the airport and my hands were frozen from the steering wheel being so cold for about 20 minutes of my drive. Felt like it was never warming up. Weather was pretty good down there. About 75, 78, and sunny for the most part.
Alright, we got we're leaving.
Copy, thank you. rained on us for about an hour one of the days, but then other than that, I really couldn't complain about how the weather was, so I'm glad we went then and not this upcoming week when it's going to be like 50 out, a low at night of 34, I think I saw for one of the days, which is just ridiculous. One of our coworkers went down to Florida, I think yesterday, and then is actually there for about a week and a half, I think, so unfortunately he's not gonna get any nice weather, I don't think. I joked and told him that I would have canceled the trip. We are pretty close to this domestic that Maplewood just got dispatched to. So I'm just gonna go hang out in the parking lot, make sure that the guy doesn't want to leave, or somebody doesn't try to flee the scene before Maplewood gets there.
So 306, you can please advise with these.
So it's right up here at Frost and English, and we're only about a mile away, so. We spent a lot of time kind of in and around Disney. A lot of nice, friendly people, a lot of stuff to see and watch. We put on quite a few steps. I joked that it felt like we were back at the state fair because pretty much every day at the state fair we put on, I don't know, between 16 and 20,000 steps a day, and we put on about, I think we put on 15 one day and then like 16 and a half another day of just walking around some of the resorts and seeing what they had to offer. But I like getting in my steps, especially when it's nice out. Well, actually, looks like they beat me here. So I will let them do their thing.
Go through in 16 at Minnesota license plate Juliet Uniform Delta 568 to my call.
Pennsylvania, right?
Case number, please.
112, your case number 001-724, 001-724. You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Just gonna check something. from one of my partners quick.
Copy, low one, no patch with L-Tech 1. He might have turned down Square Lake Trail. I couldn't tell the type of vehicle.
Say that again.
A car turned on Square Lake Trail. I couldn't catch what type of car it was.
We'll go check out the
This is a silver
Northern Air.
Pontiac Grand Am. I'm gonna try westbound 122nd, see if I can see anything.
I saw the sheriff had put out a questionnaire about what you guys wanted to see more of for the lives.
Well, I can see a single occupant driver, white male.
A lot of great suggestions, some not so great. But I like the idea of you guys wanting to learn more about how the so yeah, I think it's pretty cool that you guys want to know more about the jail process, booking, and how it goes after we actually arrest somebody and take them to the LEC.
The car that I'm trying to catch up to is going pretty quick.
I'm gonna mute LTAC one there.
For midnight.
Way away from us, and they don't actually have a visual on the car.
Central and downtown floods for midnight DOT.
But anyways, so adults and juveniles have a very similar process, but it's in two separate buildings and a little bit different paperwork. It's essentially the same process, but just a little bit different. For adults, when we take them into the jail, they go through a Sally Port. Once they get into the Sally Port, they're searched. And they are stripped down to their first layer of clothing, so just pants and a t-shirt or shorts and a t-shirt, whatever they have on. Then they'll be searched again, mouth, hair, all that stuff, just to make sure that they're not bringing any contraband or anything that could harm anybody into the jail. We fill out a little bit of paperwork. It's really not that much. The detainer that we fill out for all of the in custodies basically just has their name, when and where they were arrested, what they were arrested for. And there's a handful of questions on there asking, if they've been injured, if they've ingested any narcotics, if their vehicle was towed. Kind of just basic questions. To fill out the sheet, it takes probably 2 minutes, if that. And the longest thing is just making sure that you've got, their driver's license number correct and their name spelled correctly, because that's what they get booked under. Once they go in, they go through their booking process in the jail. That includes fingerprints, confirming their identity, answering, a handful of other questions, taking pictures, documenting scars and tattoos. They do get to make a couple free phone calls.
Domestic 528 Smith Avenue. Caller's brother, Edgar.
I thought that vehicle looked familiar. It was a
36-year-old Hispanic male. He's on drugs, being disrespectful. He has her child in his arms.
Involved in a different stolen vehicle
here. He didn't have any weapons, but he did break the front door.
But yeah, they do get a couple free phone calls. They get a pin. They set up a pin related to just them. And that's how they make their phone calls. They put money on their books. They can get a Snackers if they want a snack.
TC is still on the line with the comms. Can you ask if this subject lives at the address?
Copy.
Then they go into their cells from there. Juveniles are pretty much the same. We just go to a different building. They search them, run them through a metal detector. A little bit different paperwork for them. There's some more questions on there, like if the juvenile has a history of a runaway, you know, if the parent's been notified, if the crime that they committed was in benefit of a gang. And then they will be held until the case is sent through to the county attorney. And then they see a judge, and then the judge decides if they are going to be released or bond, or, you know, if they've got other outstanding warrants that they need to take care of, then they'll be transferred to another facility and get those satisfied.
Your subject is unhoused. He is about to leave, possibly going to be on foot. Be advised, there are possible warrants. He's on probation for an unknown crime. It is unknown if he will fight. Go ahead.
The subject.
So Maplewood's got a couple domestics going on. The one that we just rolled by, and then they've got another violation of an order for protection.
Disregarding.
So a lot of their cars are tied up on that stuff. As for the guy who fled from me, I was actually going to have a coffee break with Sarah, and I was going northbound 35, and he ripped past me at probably over 100. And so I got behind him, I grabbed the plate right away, and as soon as I got up to read the plate, as I'm clicking through the plate, he starts to flee. So obviously the emergency lights and sirens were activated. She cut over about 3 lanes of traffic, was weaving in and out of cars. I was actually having a decently hard time keeping up with him because of his speed and the amount of traffic that there was. There wasn't a ton of cars, but to kind of cause a delay for me.
Thank you.
Suspect has just left the address.
So Deputy Winkle got on 694 at about Lexington, I believe. He was able to kind of bridge that gap that we had with the suspect car. Got behind him again, and the driver actually pulled over just east of 35. Not sure how much you guys were able to see on my camera. I normally leave it muted when I'm not actually live, just because I'm paranoid of Big Brother, but so I don't know how much you guys were able to see and hear. But then he was compliant once we had his car blocked in. He claims that he did not know we were behind him. So I asked if it was just normal for him to drive 35 miles an hour, cutting in and out of traffic. he didn't have a great answer. There was a replica BB gun in the, or I guess it's an airsoft gun, in the center console.
You're gonna stop on the red truck on the Charles side of the got no plates.
Was very, very close to what our duty guns look like. Had the same markings as a real Glock. Actually had a serial number on the bottom too. So very realistic gun, especially to be having in just your center console and all of your other airsoft equipment's in the trunk. So he claimed that he didn't know that he can't be just carrying that out in public like that. But for anyone who doesn't know, a real or a fake or a replica firearm carried out in public, you still need to have a carry to permit, or excuse me, a permit to carry. Right now we're southbound Edgerton, coming up to Maryland. I'm gonna just poke around the east side for a little bit, see what we can find, and then I'll move over to some of the other districts. I don't feel like I've really spent much time over here today yet.
2353.
We had a couple things we dealt with in West District earlier, and then I was down on the west side a little bit. I haven't spent a ton of time over here.
Finally going out, house is vacant. You want to just start fire?
Yeah, but he's not going to be on here for us as well.
Hopefully everybody's got some New Year's resolutions that they're putting into place, some goals to look forward to for 2025. It's always good to have some personal or professional or financial goals. You guys can actually see how far you grow as a person on a timely basis, and it's always good to want to be better in every aspect of your life. I try to think of some professional and personal goals for myself.
This is Medic 278 Smith Avenue in the United Blue Ramp. South stairwell level 1 or 2. There's a man down, not moving. 2354.
I don't always hit them, but I do try. One of my personal ones this year is I'd like to get back into listening to more podcasts. I used to listen to quite a few of them before, either on my way into work or on my way home, or when I'm doing, house stuff.
973 Tango.
Copy. 53 change reference.
New message. New message.
Going full north in case that state has that right vehicle. Word.
I missed it. Where are they at?
They're following a possible car that fled 170th. It should pop out like 170th and 61 if you go. Someone will 61 and J.
Copy that. Earlier today, State Patrol had a stolen vehicle flee from them. 2018 Jeep Grand Cherokee. So that's the vehicle that he's talking about right now. And then earlier, I don't think we were live yet, but...
You can add me to the view. Sorry, keep 281 in.
So it's LTAC 1, so I'll turn that back on in case they pop up. But then earlier tonight, there was a shooting. We're looking for like a gray or kind of a machine gray. Newer Dodge Durango, possibly an SRT model with a broken passenger side, or excuse me, a broken driver's side passenger window. Not sure if it's got plates on it or not, but it should stick out to us if we do see it.
What channel are they on? I've been monitoring. I haven't copied much. They're looking for. Yeah, take them pretty sparse from the trooper. Just going through the roundabout now. I can't tell if it's white or silver, but it's light colored. Westbound on 170th, still.
Alright, so LTAC 1's on now for that Jeep. They're not sure 100% if it's the right one or not, but it doesn't hurt to give her the old college try and make sure it's not going to be the right one.
The one west from the roundabout, that's 61, so 35 is probably the next best bet. Copy that. Odie, do you know what they want it for? Just speed.
And I don't know that they ever officially lit him up, but I remember hearing him saying when he turned on him, the guy floored it. So I don't know if they have officially a fleet charge, but he pretty much took off on him.
It's Kyle Williams giving an update for the sheriff on what the
1331, did you catch up to that?
what's going on with the car.
61.
1332, I see tail light going west on 178. That'll probably be going into a no-pay here shortly. And if we have the vehicle info, Heather, can you, or Kelly, can you throw it on the thread?
Kelly, I do not have the vehicle info.
Westbound 170.
Squad's responding that intersection T's at 20th Avenue just past the interstate.
It's really nice when dispatchers will update
So now it's 80th Street?
that kind of info, like a hard T or something like that, because agencies that don't
Northbound 20th Avenue from 80th Street.
drive that area frequently.
Lana Lakes 3 Robert 36. I am 20th and County 14. Where are you guys currently
They
in
don't
pursuit?
know that. I cannot see with this guy's lights at his plow. Jesus.
That 1 minute.
They just don't know that. So it's nice to have a heads up on that stuff.
From earlier.
Hi, copy. Are we sure this is a vehicle or just a vehicle of interest?
New message.
We are not sure. It was in the area where the vehicle was last seen. It was a light-colored silver Grand Prix. This is a light-colored sedan, and it.
Sheriff, did you copy that vehicle description? Light-colored, likely silver Pontiac Grand Prix.
Yeah, I copied that, but now it's more confusing as to why they want it.
It's kind of a out of place vehicle here at these apartments here, so I'm just gonna do a couple checks, especially because it's occupied, or at least it looks occupied, before I just write it off.
Got nothing else going on, so let's just go ahead.
And then we'll float up
For a welfare check,
north.
242 Alta Vista Drive. Secondhand information from the caller's sister-in-law, not on scene, stating that the son is at the address.
I'm at J35. I'm gonna head west.
We get off on 96 and go over to W in case it comes south.
And this car has
Be cooperative.
no LPR hits over here in Ramsey County. It's a Minneapolis registered vehicle.
4 copies. 2 copy.
3 minutes.
So I'm gonna try to
That's not gonna be it.
call the owner just to make sure that
30-32 copies.
the car is where it's supposed to be. She's also a little bit older, so for her to maybe be out at this time, it's just kind of just raises a little bit of suspicion.
2362.
But there could absolutely be
Don't go in the house. We'll be clearing the
a valid reason for it as well. But I would feel bad if I didn't do my due diligence and try to make sure that everything's okay, that the car's not stolen.
Or it's like an error with the vehicle that you were tracking, or is that a different vehicle? No, it's not going to be it. They said it's a white Honda Civic. We're looking for a silver Pontiac Grand Prix.
Hey, is this Kathy?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Investigator Sparks with Ramsey County. How are you doing?
Good for 10 minutes.
Good. I'm just calling because are you still the owner of a black Mercedes SUV? My name's Investigator Sparks. I work with Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. I just I see your vehicle here in Ramsey County in the city of St. Paul, and I just wanted to make sure that it's where it's supposed to be. Yeah, you can call into dispatch. I just want to make sure that your vehicle is not stolen, because it's in St. Paul. Your 2022 Mercedes registers to you. It's in St. Paul right now. I just see that it's not normally over here. I just wanted to make sure that your car wasn't stolen.
My truck is not stolen. I'm just surprised that police are calling about my vehicle. I've never had that happen.
Yeah, well, that's probably a good thing. But yeah, I mean, you can absolutely call into dispatch and verify that I work for Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. If you want, I can give you the dispatch number too. Yep, give me 1 second. My last name is Sparks, SP as in Paul, ARKS. My call sign is 2771. So if you call and ask them, they'll tell you that I work for them. So let me know when you're ready for the number. It's 651-767-0640, and that's the excuse me, that's the Ramsey County dispatch number. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's totally fine. I don't blame you one bit. It's midnight on a Friday night, so it's kind of just odd. So I don't blame you one bit.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, ma'am. Well, she says her car's not stolen, but she's a little suspicious of me.
Contact with the patient's father before the child is released. We're involved in or
Which I guess I can't say I blame her. Like I said, it's midnight on a Friday. You know, some random person's calling you, asking you about your car. But she has every right to call dispatch and verify who I am. And actually, I'd rather have people be more diligent than not. I didn't want to give her too much. I didn't want to tell her too much about what was going on. She seemed a little suspicious of me, but I've recovered quite a few stolens at that apartment complex that the vehicle was parked at. And like I said, it's a pretty nice vehicle, brand new, can be easily stolen with a key fob. So I would just hate if I, you know, like I said, didn't do my due diligence with the car and try to make sure that it wasn't an unreported stolen. So maybe she'll call me back, maybe she won't.
Within 19 meters.
Maplewood has their CSO assisting on a assisting on a transport. They're in custody from their domestic. Now, CSO stands for Community Service Officer. It's kind of a stepping stone into becoming a licensed peace officer. They typically wear a uniform. It's a little bit different than the officers. Normally it'll be a little bit different color. They'll have a little bit of a different patch. They'll still wear a duty uniform, or excuse me, a duty belt, but it obviously won't have a firearm. Most agencies let their CSOs carry tasers and mace, and a baton.
Well, advised 115, 112.
At 11 minutes.
New message.
Typically, their duties are to go to community-based events, but they will also assist with other kind of minuscule duties such as traffic control, and then calls that don't necessarily require a law enforcement officer.
State just heard a wrong way driver on 694 and Century. I'm pretty much right here, so I'm going to see if I can spot it.
I think there's that eastbound and the westbound lane, correct?
That is correct. $44.29.
4429.
I'm clear from the domestic, even sending disturbance.
They'll take care of calls that like a law enforcement officer doesn't necessarily have to respond
Mary,
to,
caller's neighbors are intoxicated,
such as an animal complaint, like a loose dog,
I'll take 36.
a found dog,
East from 61, in case they turn off at 36.
found property. They can, everything kind of depends on the agency, what they're comfortable with or what they want their CSOs doing. Some can recover stolen vehicles with assisting an officer on that. They'll help with tows, transports of in custodies, and then, like I said, their primary focus is community events and just kind of learning how an agency works, get a feel for being in uniform. It's definitely something to get used to. I remember when I was in skills, or when I was looking at different skills classes, they said, you need to go there. They give you a uniform to wear.
13 Dale Street, apartment 134.
So the group of your class, y'all wear the same uniform.
Her TC is gathering more.
So if you go out in public,
Looks like they corrected before they ever actually got on the highway. I'm literally at the intersection right now. I'll take a peek for that car. If not, we're probably good to clear.
I remember one of the instructors saying how being in uniform, it takes a little bit of getting used to, because everywhere you go, everybody kind of looks at you different. So there's a lot of eyes on you all the time, and they're not wrong. But the CSOs will learn radio traffic, how to complete some paperwork, but then they'll also learn, how one specific agency works, if they want to work there, if things jive well, or if they don't want to work there because, stuff doesn't work the way that they were anticipating. But
the gun is in his pocket.
It's great hands-on experience. I would say most police officers or sheriff deputies have been either a CSO or an explorer at one time to get their foot in the door. I was a CSO at Metro Transit for about 2 years.
Yeah, they're gone. We're good.
Call for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a snack at Quick Trip, North St. Paul. If anybody's around. One way, we got one to T. Cancel the order.
120, copy 1 to T. Canceling the 10-101. Copy.
other thing, the CSOs, they get kind of a jump start with, you know, their agency. Like if they say St. Paul, I don't know if they have CSOs or just PEOs, which is the parking enforcement, but kind of does the same thing. Obviously the PEOs are more focused on parking, but they still get kind of a leg up if they choose that agency when they want to get hired. Got a leg up with the report system that you guys, or that agency has.
4339.
How the radio traffic works, and then geography. Geography is a big one when people are going through FTO. I remember Ashley telling me when she was on FTO in Roseville that she printed out a huge map and had it in her room and would look at it every single night just to try to memorize the geography of the city. And so getting a leg up on that is huge, especially if geography is something that you struggle with. It's definitely something you need to put the time in.
Information squads 1 and 2 are tied at 1 for break at 17 minutes.
Well, that's a little weird. He was super committed on turning where I was. Just go check this car out.
Complaint 2065, Highway 36, Unit 209.
New message. New message.
18 minutes.
New message.
Stop on westbound Maryland, just east of Johnson Parkway.
New message. Incident aside. New message.
Paramedical in North Oak 57 Rabbit Farm Boulevard, 54-year-old female, shortness of breath.
Copy.
21 minutes.
2662, after place 2162 in Fletcher.
2162 clear.
62 got it there, thank you.
21 minutes.
Spot 0 and 6, can you help me out with county on traffic at Clarence in Maryland?
Copy, Clarence, Maryland.
Your incident has been updated.
I'm building clearing.
Oof, chilly willy.
I'm going to be diverted momentarily on traffic. Nora Lincoln Paul 082, Stillwater, Maryland.
Copy.
Your incident has been updated.
I thought that the female in there was going to be he's got a protection order.
What was their culprit?
And I thought it was going to be the protected party in the passenger seat, but I was wrong.
I'll have that 13 minutes.
Which is good. He is abiding by what the court is asking of him.
4466, we'll take the assist.
Copy. For non-medical transport, 1535 Beam. Did you want a second car?
Negative.
Copy. Did you want any free tango? For dangerous conditions, South Hill and Minnesota, for a vehicle parked in the middle of the street.
5183, Tango, copy.
20 per minute. Go ahead.
I'm clear for Jumeau 92. Advise of 212.
2270, 25 minutes.
We'll move over from the east side, work a little bit farther west, see what we can find.
Alright, 37 advised.
I like getting into stuff on live because it's always, more fun to see that than it is to just sit and hear me blab as I drive around aimlessly. But the issue with that is say that guy needed to be arrested for violating his DANCO order, then either I have to have one of my partners transport for me, which is kind of a pain, or I'm out of commission for the live. So there's definitely a balance when it comes to that, wanting to get into stuff, but also making sure that if I'm still available for doing the live. Ashley wishes she could be out, but she caught a little bit of a cold when we were traveling, so she's at home. She slept most of the day. Today, okay when she got up, so she ended up just staying home, getting some much needed rest. I was just talking to her about how crazy it is that when you're sick or not feeling good, you can sleep, literally all night and then pretty much all day, and your body still needs more sleep. It's just kind of crazy.
One's arriving.
27 minutes.
So St. Paul, a little bit earlier, about 15 minutes ago, aired out that they were on a domestic where a male pulled a firearm and had it in his pants pocket still. So they got there.
44667.
And did recover a firearm on him. I don't know if he actually pulled it out in a threatening manner or if he just had it on him. Or even if he is legally allowed to carry a firearm. Rice, just past Bourne's Bar. This gas station here at 629 Rice used to harbor a lot more issues, stolen cars, narcotics. They have upped their security. I believe they have armed security now, and they close earlier. I think that's done a big job of helping.
211.
New message.
With some of the issues that they were having.
New message.
Yeah, 1479 Jackson. The domestic, it came in as an alarm, but was changed. Our original caller was a Lyft driver who said he was attempting to pick up a female at this address. A male pulled her back into the home and is not letting her leave. Our driver left. The only description is that he is a bald male and that the female knows him as Yo-Yo.
Yo-Yo.
Copy.
Copy.
Look at these streets, there's not a single car out. So still looking for that stolen Jeep. It was spotted earlier today near Dale and Concordia. I'm just kind of floating in that area now. As for the gray Dodge Durango, I don't know where that was originally spotted or where the actual shooting occurred. So I don't have a great spot to look for that car. They weren't even sure if it had plates on it.
211.
211.
The female's going to be a Hispanic female in her 20s, with black coat, black pants, curly hair. She was running, screaming towards the lift car, and then it was a black male with hair on the sides of his head and a polo shirt, slammed the car door shut, and then they both went back in the house.
Angry Beavers.
Copy.
They are not starting 2025 out right. A lot of suggestions on the sheriff's post about, you know, kind of what you guys wanted to see with in relation to collaboration with other agencies. I will say that there is a lot of collaboration that just is not necessarily documented on Friday nights.
Zulu, Delta Whiskey.
And it would be cool to have you know, other agencies, you know, somebody ride with us maybe, but I think there's a lot of hesitation with that because of jurisdictional bounds. Each city's police officers.
2015 Chrysler Red 200 coming back clear.
Thank you.
Abdi just informed me my taillights are off, so I have to
53, I'll be with them.
was saying, there's kind of jurisdictional issues with that. You know, we have to have an access to go out of our jurisdiction. So I guess I don't. But definitely a cool idea. You know, a lot of people had suggested that, but we do a lot of collaborations with other agencies, just not necessarily on the live. I mean, we're in constant, excuse me, constant communication with other agencies all day long, every day.
It's going to be a list that says, you know, 50-year-old male contemplating himself standing position.
Whether it's tracking stolen cars, you know, trying to identify suspects, working together to apprehend people with their warrants, whatever it is, we do a ton of collaboration with other agencies. It's very nice to be able to have good working relationships with everybody. A lot of these criminals will hide, you know, stolen vehicles in the alleyways. So I like to make sure that when I'm actually checking an address, I'm checking a couple blocks each way, as well as in the alleyway. Just to make sure we're not missing anything.
Four 466. Our party will be in the St. John's ER lobby.
New message.
I gotta check this car through a couple other things. Had the license plate duct taped on. It's kind of weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So I just want to make sure that that's normal. Which so far it looks like it's going to be. I might just go back and double check the VIN just to be sure. It's a Toyota Camry, and I'm pretty sure those are fairly easy to steal, fairly common common cars.
$43.39. That was 660.
Copy.
Any of you guys want to head down to the Jackson call just in case they need to help? I'm not there, no. We'll take a look.
Everything's all good. And my brake lights are, my tail lights are back on.
$5313 code for.
9 or Edward 226. 9 or Edward 226.
New message. New message. New message.
Fletcher on 82 code for.
Copy, code 4.
Protection order. Wanted person.
Couple plow trucks out. I don't know if they're putting down prep or. We will float towards that.
Should go up around the mail.
Domestic on Jackson.
Out with the mail, code 4, 45 minutes.
Maybe not. I was getting the wrong address or getting the wrong call that the sheriff was talking about.
That's clear. Can you put me on another? So this is a 50 to St. John's.
Copy. Spot 326.
326.
10.
We're clear here.
Alright, 1 copy.
Well, 11. 4.
Oh, another plow truck, but no other cars really. years ago, pre-COVID, how bars would be filled until 2, 3 a.m. There'd be more than, 3 cars on the road.
126 and route to the OC, one adult male.
I mean, crime is definitely getting better, but it's not great, but you'd think that there'd be more people out and about, but it's also kind of a chilly night.
Five 3-7, downtown Beta ZOT.
Have that. You guys have a great night. 48 minutes.
Now, I wish that we could play music in the background without having there be copyright issues.
Three 2-8.
228.
326, get to cancel if you want.
326, you can stay clear.
Copy. Hey, Nicole, can you mute for a minute?
Sorry about that. Most of you guys understand by now some stuff that we just don't want to be broadcasted everywhere. A lot of good people that watch our live, but a lot of people that also watch it for, criminal purposes, see where we are, what we're doing, what we're talking about.
Trade 1 copy, thank you, 50 minutes.
Jump to me, self-assign you, cancel 281.
Copy 281, I'll show you.
Hey, Nikki, I'll take it back from you in a couple minutes.
Give it up. But I think everyone's on the consensus. We're gonna try to stir something up right now. And the sheriff's gonna take you guys back in a couple minutes. And typically that's when I do my better work, when I'm not under pressure. But if I don't see you guys later on in the night, hopefully you guys had a great Christmas, because I don't think we've been live since, and then an even better New Year. I've spent some time with your families, be appreciative of the small things. Don't take some stuff for granted, just try to be a good person. work the east side a little bit. There's normally a little bit more traffic over there, more people on foot or in cars and stuff like that. So hopefully it'll be a little bit easier to find something. I'm glad that we don't have the crime rate that Hennepin County has, but it is just kind of nuts to hear some of their safe and sober, or excuse me, their safe and summer nights operations when they get just so many stolen and so many firearms. It's absolutely wild what kind of numbers they can put together just to make the streets a lot safer for the community members.
4429.
4429.
Transferring an adult male 1530.
Copy.
$53.80.
5380.
Transport. Stop on right and white. Traffic.
Westbound 36 from White Bear. Frank William Boy, 459.
Go check out Golden Star one more time. Maybe the third time is the charm.
Squad 328.
Squad 328.
Checking it after the 36. Get no PSC caller.
Copy. 1736. 5th Street.
Good here.
Roseville Squad calling.
We are back over here, back with Bob, and Pat's got his own car out too. So we spread out a little bit. Maybe have a better chance of catching some action.
Roseville Squad calling.
But I gotta be honest with you, there isn't a whole lot going on. 3 degrees out here.
Go ahead.
Wind's not
Wright
terrible.
County is confirmed verbally, and just to confirm you're taking through Scott County. If it is the party, it will be, yes. And we're 56 minutes.
Got all the radios on for you.
Video as well. Looks like there's a male inside that's causing issues. I don't have a description yet.
4429.
4429.
We're gonna hang in there till 2 tonight, see what happens.
Transporting this mail to Regents.
Hope you'll hang with us.
Copy.
We're on Payne Avenue southbound.
Four 466 transport.
Go ahead.
Courtesy ride to adult male. Wendy's unstated.
57 minutes.
So we are going to make some changes in 2025, some improvements, and confident you'll like them. Appreciate your input.
Complaint 795 6th Street, East, Apartment 102, loud music.
Okay.
57 minutes.
light is good, technically. Maybe not for viewership, but for community safety. This guy, he said it's a green light and then turned red. Romeo Papa uniform 122. Romeo Papa uniform.
170.
Copy, okay.
58 minutes.
Romeo Papa uniform 122. Sonata Hyundai. Hi.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Alright.
So, you know, you sat at that green light and then you turned on the red.
I turned on the red light?
Yeah, you turned on the red. You waited on the green, but then...
Not.
Did,
wait, can you turn off the black?
Which light you want off?
I just wanted to see you while I'm talking. But no, I didn't.
Are you nervous or what?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't think I did that, but.
Well, it isn't the end of the world. I'm not.
I was really looking at you. I ain't gonna lie. I was really seeing like, cause you looked like an undercover police officer. So I was just like, looking at your car.
You are right. You are 100% correct.
Yeah.
I am. Where are you headed now?
Looks like he just ran to a dark-colored vehicle.
7 minutes.
Callers unable to see to give
a
a
but
description.
who's at that
There's also
address?
another male and female that have all left.
Your girlfriend?
The male left his wallet on the counter.
Okay. Well, I just need you to pay more attention to the lights, less attention to those undercover officers.
314.
You good?
Yeah, I'm alright.
How old are you?
21.
21? What's your first name? What is it?
59 minutes.
Haji Jim.
Haji Jim. Nice to meet you. I'm Fletcher.
Good night,
Oh, you Bob?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
658.
Are we having a good night so far?
Yeah, I'm alright.
You tell him Fletcher gave you a break. You bet. We met before, remember?
Good night, William.
We met once before.
We have?
Yeah. It's okay though. No big deal.
Good night, William.
Have a good night. You go ahead of me. You go ahead. I'm going to stop over and see if anybody's home over on Bedford. See you later.
667 Metro.
667.
10-7 shift.
Have a good night, William.
Metro.
673.
10-7, have a good night.
We are going to stop
Good night, William.
over here
504 Metro.
on Bedford. We got
504.
a couple houses.
10-7, have a great night.
Have a great night, William.
Have some troublemakers.
101.
276 Metro.
376.
10-7 shift. Have a good night.
Have a good night. 101.
532 Metro.
532.
10-7 shift.
Have a good night. 101.
You got distracted by the undercover car that was sitting there.
96.
825 First Avenue, Northwest, number 171. Assistant medics with a 50-year-old male conscious of breathing who's short of breath.
96 cap.
Just turn in here a minute. See what we got going here. John Golf 519. John Golf 519. Good to let these kids know that you're driving by their house. houses on a regular basis. Keeps them, forces them in the lowdown.
$44.29
How's it going? Everything good? Everything good? Does she like you? All right, have a good one. You bet. Young man and his girlfriend. Notice how he said thank you though. Some kids just got good manners. Polite way of talking. It's huge. Huge. Originally I was on the way to that loud party call on 6th Street, but spent a lot of, we're not going to go down and belabor the homeless encampment situation. We spent a lot of time doing that last couple weeks. But if you did read in the newspaper the last 2 days, the city had promised the 71 residents in the Lowry building to have 1 month of hotel stays. And actually, I'm not sure if you want to say the city promised, but they did say that. But the actual owner of the building only agreed to 2.5 weeks. So unfortunately, everyone has been kicked out of their hotels unless they had money to pay for them.
Have a good night. 105.
After that, but not a very kind thing to promise them a month and end up kicking them out in 2.5 weeks. The Monday after New Year's and Christmas.
Metro. 288. 10-7 shift. Have a great night.
Have a great night. 106.
.106 here in 3 degrees. Bravo Alpha Victor 379. A little bit of a hurry there, isn't he? Terrible speeding, but definitely speeding. Bravo Alpha Victor 379 eastbound on 7th. At Arcade. Why do you drive like that?
I just got off work. I have to go to the restroom really bad.
You told me that once before, like 8 months ago.
What?
Yeah. You've used that excuse before.
No, but
Yeah, you have. Where are you going?
I'm going to Birmingham, taking a left
Yeah.
to York Avenue to my house.
Yeah. Well, you got to slow down.
Yes, sir, I will.
And if you have to, go to the M&H and pee there, right? You know where the M&H is?
Yeah, but
Right over there. It's a block away. Otherwise, you're going to get a $100 ticket.
no, I can't afford
You
that.
can't afford that.
No, sir.
Let's slow down.
I will, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Carry on.
See tow for 44756. One way.
Yeah.
447 Metro, that will be the party. You can go ahead and officially confirm them if they are or not.
I don't know. Hopefully he's going to go to the M&H.
One
Looks
way?
like. No, he's not. Everybody's got something, don't they? Backseaters. Everybody's got something. Check out another house down here on 3rd. You know, if you know who the troublemakers are, it isn't really hard to
8187.
2010 Survey Road.
let them know you know. Tap them on the shoulder.
Copy 2010.
Not literally tap them on the shoulder, but by driving by their house.
This is the address of the grandmother. Comp has been receiving phone calls and Comp confirmed that the children are
Totally helps control crime. The key to the whole business of fighting crime is knowing who the frequent offenders are. Putting your resources on the career criminals, repeat offenders. And that's really what we do at the sheriff's office, is focus on the repeat offenders. We used to have a unit called the career criminal unit. Kept track of everybody that had a large number. That was before when I was here the first time. We still have a list. But that function was disassembled while I was gone. We do a lot of that similar work now with the CAT unit, apprehension unit. how slow it is.
Clear report.
Not too far away from where Jerry Vick was shot and slain and killed. Just on the block here a little bit on 7th from 7th and Forest. Terrible thing. Life-changing for his family.
4429 area.
Copy.
It's funny, as you drive the streets, you just reflect back on things that have happened.
At 114.
Up here just past Case John O'Brien's death. A few blocks north here when he was T-boned by a car that had previously been fleeing the police but was not being pursued by the police but was trying to get out of the neighborhood. Street has a story. It's pretty amazing when you think about
it. 8197 status. Also on Forest, a Hmong woman that was killed when she was broadside by another driver that had in a stolen car that was fleeing.
Metro 162, checking your status.
Metro 162, status on traffic.
Go for it.
Go for it at 116.
116.
447 Metro.
447.
Male ended Hazelwood. 15 was one that got kind of jail on the items for testing.
321. 321. Can you put me on the AOA with Ramsey County? It's going to be Maryland and Hazelwood. Copy, Maryland and Hazelwood.
Deputy McManus is out up here at Maryland and Hazelwood. One of the east side cars has backed him up. Right here's the infamous Pat Scott stop stick throw. Millions of views. Charger doing 140. It's the time it crashed up here at Maryland and Barkley. It was doing, here we go, right here is where we threw it. Continued on to at 140 and crashed at 126 miles per hour. According to the reconstruction. Surprisingly, the young man lived. This car spun around backwards, probably absorbed a lot of the
166. You can clear squad support.
18. Tango.
7156 Tango.
8325 Springleaf Road, assist medics. 50-year-old female conscious and breathing with abdominal pain and cell.
Conscious Tango, copy.
118.
These guys are trying to find something. Working hard, especially in this cold. 1 degree.
Is there a new Brighton squad calling? Negative response 120.
That's Pat right over here. Next to us. Probably going to give Pat the final 15 minutes. Deputy Sean McManus came from St. Paul, so it's nice to have Cross over there. The St. Paul officers jump in there and help him. I do not know where the another one of our cars. That one might be St. Paul. That might be Darren. Everybody's going somewhere.
Three, two, one. Check your status. 4-4. Code 4, 1122.
It is cold out here, man. Well.
$8196 traffic.
8196.
The north. I'm good here. George, Nora, Victor, 805.
Copy Central and Hackman at 122.
Two juveniles, 838 Sherburne.
9173. 122. Medics on a welfare check, 3515 Century, Unit 112. Callers on scene, checking the welfare of the tenants there, who they're usually able to get a hold of, but they haven't been able to for the last 4 hours. He is a type 1 diabetic.
5. Just give me just a sec, I'll clear up my call and then I'll head back.
Copy.
Boy, I'm tired. Yeah. I did finally get something to eat. I will say that. And it was good. Same old McDonald's. Hey Siri, call Pat Scott.
Calling Pat Scott.
222 checking your traffic.
Yes, sir.
Are you awake over there, old man, or what?
I certainly am.
Oh, God bless you. God bless you. Not much going on out here, is there?
No, and everybody's trying.
Yeah, we got a lot of unmarked out here, all over the place. But
I think a combination of the cold weather and us scaring them inside.
yeah, 1 degree. It's 1 degree.
Is 001.
It's chilly out.
We gotta work till at least 0 degrees.
Or 2 a.m.
Yeah. 0 or 2. Yeah, I don't know. This weather is... You remember the original polar vortex of 2020? 2020
Oh, yeah.
polar vortex settled in on Minnesota. Now this vortex that's coming is going to settle in further east over like Ohio. But the jet stream that runs underneath it is getting pushed from the cold Arctic all the way down maybe to Georgia. I always wanted to be a weatherman, you know.
Well, you're doing a darn good job of doing the reporting on it right now.
Weatherman. So it's going to be, 10 days of, that big high pressure center. It's complicated, but just rest assured the polar vortex is going to drive the jet stream from up in Canada down all the way to Georgia. And it's going to be cold.
Oh boy.
Boy, oh boy. All right, are you ready to send it over to? It sounds like you're rehabbing your car over there.
Yeah, I'm trying to. This computer shifted into where it's in the way of everything.
Huh. That's not good.
No. But I'll work it out.
Well, we can wait a while. We enjoy listening to you trying to figure it out. Really our pleasure. Our pleasure. Just, it's almost as bad as me eating chips.
I don't think I'm gonna figure it out tonight.
That was another request on those things. I forget what it was. Some reference to the chips.
Yeah, something about not munching so loud.
I had a hamburger at McDonald's while Nicole was on.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, that was good. Well, it was actually a double cheeseburger, of course. I did not ask them to remove one slice of cheese. Like
that's my trademark.
I know. Could you take a slice of cheese off that double cheeseburger? All right, well, I think the backseaters would like to hear from you for a little bit, and you could even talk a little bit about, whatever you want to talk about. And then about 5 to 2. Send it back to me for a little bit.
All right, sounds good. I'll give you a call at about 5 to 2.
All right, backseaters. Now I got to figure out how to send this over to Pat. There it is.
Well, sorry, folks. I was still on mute. But I am back with you now. We're westbound on Maryland at Earl Street. Got quite a few CAT team members out tonight, but we just haven't been able to come up with anything. I think it's a combination of the cold weather being a great crime fighter and
4466.
the LOP Friday night effect
Please check your
of
messages,
where a lot of our crooks don't come out anymore when we are live, because they know the sheriff has the CAT team at his disposal on Friday nights. So yeah, like we were saying earlier, we did get a lot of pretty cool suggestions for changing up the routine on the lives on Friday nights for 2025. And we will definitely try instituting some of them. We are right now southbound on Arcade at Magnolia. I think we'll take a swing by the Arcade Bar and a swing through the M&H station.
Entrance ramp to eastbound 694 from Silver Lake Road with Edward Robert X-ray 017.
Copy. Entrance ramp for Silver Lake at 694. 133.
356.
Can you update this to a 52 series and I'll be 10.
Here's the arcade bar here on our left.
017.
And I guess they're closing early. I think this woman said officer as I went by. Not sure if she needs some help or I misunderstood her.
Hey, Billy, you still working?
Everything okay? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Give me a call. I must have your wrong number.
Just about everywhere I turn, I'm seeing a cat team member. So my turning on the red lights when I pulled up to ask that woman if she was okay activates the in-car camera and my body camera. So I have to stop it and then I have to label the footage. Here is the M&H with their fancy new pumps and newly installed gas tanks. Off-duty officer works here on Friday nights. Now we are westbound on Minnehaha, coming up on Payne Avenue. On the right here is the Eastern District St. Paul Police Station. Recently renamed the Ron Ryan Jr. Eastern District in memory of Ron Ryan Jr., who was murdered in the early morning hours of August 26th, 1994. It's been that long. very sad news that Magnolia's restaurant up here at Payne and Magnolia, it was severely damaged in a fire last year, will not be reopening. Long-time East Side institution, great breakfasts, lunches, and dinners.
The Jeep that hit on Flock earlier in Marshall, just St. Paul just got it on Lexington somewhere. Yeah, my man.
All right.
Copy. Thomas.
St. Paul has spotted a stolen vehicle we've been looking for that we talked about earlier.
Where's the back address of 616 Lex?
616.
Back address of 616 Lexington. 316, copy the noise complaint was spotted back. 419 Wilson Avenue, lower unit for loud music.
Just 6 seconds, guys.
At 140.
117, we're taking the driver to custody.
Taking the driver into custody.
Well, sounds like they're taking the driver into custody. It's not unheard of for the passenger of a stolen vehicle to jump behind the wheel and take off. So we'll continue heading that way for now.
9175.
Go ahead.
Just FYI for Maplewood on the Emerald in call. Our medics have transported them twice within the last 24 hours as well.
Still haven't declared it code 4 yet. Okay, and now they are code 4 with that stolen vehicle.
117, I copy. 4 vehicle is clear. Yes, it's 10 at 142.
What's the last four of the vehicle?
We will be going back on patrol here.
6748.
I'll be going for about 10 more minutes here, and then
You're welcome, at 142.
the sheriff will take it back to sign off for the evening. For the morning, I guess I should say. second here to shut down my cameras that activated when I turned on the red lights and siren.
0200 EOT 362.
362. Yeah, stop on that. Tom's Knoxford.
373. 374. 374. 376.
376.
380.
380.
381.
381.
387. 387. Any other squads for 0200 EOT?
Well, when the sheriff takes it back, I'm going to have to figure out what I did with my laptop here. The mount shifted to where it's covering most of the my emergency equipment for my lights and sirens. Almost got
Well, 171 is here, clear. 260-269 EOT. 171 EOT.
Copy. Are there any other central squads for 0200 EOT? Squads for 0200 EOT. 160. 281. Copy. 170. You guys have a good night. 146.
We are about to turn north on Rice Street from
How you doing, Sean?
Como.
176.
I'm good here.
176. 178.
Copy that. In that case, I'm probably going to go ahead and start floating east, fellas. Have a good weekend.
185.
85.
186.
Sounds good.
Good night, sir.
Any extra spots for 0200 EOT?
Thank you.
Hey, your response. Everybody have a great night. 147.
Take a slow roll past Bourne's Bar here.
And we are clear and headed to our homes as well.
Pretty small crowd at Bourne's tonight. lot of people decided to stay in tonight, stay out of the cold weather. Double Dragon Asian Deli and Grocery Store over here across the street is an amazing store.
Having that at 149.
And big.
And info to squads channels 2 and 3 are temporarily tied for a break at 150.
Yep, that is a yawn you just heard come from me. It's been a long night. Started at 6 tonight.
Bravo 318 for
Central boss to 6, please.
Cool.
Been hearing a lot of good things about this Cancun Grill and Cantina that took over the space formerly occupied by Hearthside Pizza. I've been meaning to get in here to try it. Laundromats on either side of the street here. And then we've got a Christmas decoration. The Urban Grocery took over the space that used to be the Lamplighter Bar.
Two 1 6. Case number is 001764. You're welcome, 154.
Well, in about another minute here,
To back 218 for a suspicious
the sheriff is going
758
to
Ottawa Avenue.
take the
Caller said someone was in their backyard.
live
They saw them on
stream
camera.
back.
They don't see them anymore, but they're requesting.
So I will say goodnight to you all now.
Someone was trying to break the window.
And thank you for riding with us. I believe Under Sheriff Mike Martin will be back out probably on Monday. I'll probably be out on Wednesday in the daytime. Oh, there's the sheriff. Ready to take it back, sir?
Well, I'm just going to let you say goodnight to everybody right at 2.
Okay.
We're going to do this next week, you and I, and we'll enhance our service. Remind them to go to that post and add any.
Sounds good.
All right, just text me when you're done.
I will do that. Good night. All right, well, you heard it there. I will be signing off here in about 5 minutes. Now, on the Live on Patrol page, the sheriff made a post asking for suggestions for TIF. Please go there, and any ideas you have, feel free to add them in. And we'll try to incorporate the ones we feel are appropriate.
Affirmative. To back 321 for a roof at 559 Arlington Avenue. Caller has no FP against their ex, named Julie, forced their way into the caller's apartment, but she did leave about 5 minutes ago.
I think I will turn here. North on Edgerton from Larpenteur.
Stand by, I'll message from TC.
Oh yeah, I don't think I finished my earlier train of thought. Under Sheriff Martin will likely be out Monday. We'll be doing a crime update from the sheriff's office on some weekday this week, and I hope to get out live on Wednesday or Thursday with either Jelly Joe or our intelligence analyst extraordinaire, Fran. And there may be an appearance by the cat team one day this week. Head north into Maplewood here for our last couple minutes. I like checking on the car dealerships along Highway 61. This is a prime time of night for thieves to hit the car dealerships. once again. Thanks for riding with the sheriff and I, and then with Nicole, and then the sheriff and I separately. Thanks for being with us tonight. And hope everyone had a great Christmas and a happy, safe New Year with your family and loved ones and friends. And we will see you next time we go live. So everyone have a good night. Keep being kind. Take care, folks.